I'll try to put yours underneath the thingy up there, and you want to hold on to it?
I'll forget.
Is everybody in?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. The first of what we hope to be some really great KOVA events in the future. KOVA, Keeping Our Veterans Alive, Normalizing the Conversation, is a very big piece of today. There will be many stories, wonderful presenters that are going to be very open in conversation, and we hope that you take away from this the ability to understand how important it is to normalize the conversation to help prevent veteran suicide. Many of the presenters are people that you may know, you have met before, maybe have had engagements or encounters with. Others, maybe not so much. But today you will hear their stories and you will hear what they do to help other veterans in a time of crisis or need. So we thank you all again. If anybody has any questions, there will be a Q&A with everyone at the end. There will be a break for lunch at roughly 12:30. So let's just get into it so we don't waste anyone's time, and we might have time again for a panel discussion before lunch. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. David Brimmer comes to us from the East Orange Lions VA. He is their outreach person, but Dave is also a combat veteran. Dave has 8 years of military experience with the United States Army. He's had multiple deployments. Coming back from that, he has gone back to school. He's gotten his bachelor's in psychology from the College of New Jersey and a master in science rehabilitation counseling from Rutgers University. Dave is a wealth of knowledge. We're very happy to have him here today to share with you. Please, everyone, David Brimmer.
Somebody, the public who doesn't have any idea, who doesn't, work with military populations on the daily, what would the public think? Somebody who has served in the military for a long time, who has served in combat zones and has seen and witnessed traumatic events, in Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore's case, daily, right? How would that person's psyche work, right? So I put him up there, and of course the famous quote, "I love the smell of napalm in the morning," blah, 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 right? Everybody, it's a great movie, it's a great quote and everything, but for anybody who has seen Apocalypse Now, the way that Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore's acting in that movie is really the way that I think, and people who don't interact with military service members on the daily kind of expect us to act, and we'll get into that in a second. So, I found a bunch of other folks in some other different movies here that also kind of highlight what people think the military service members are, right? And so the first question I asked myself was, how are service members portrayed in popular culture, right? So we look at Patton from the movie Patton. Obviously he's a real guy, but from the movie Patton, we look at even Sergeant Major Plumley down there. Rambo is up there. These people all have defining characteristics of their personalities, right? And we assume that their personalities are kind of honed and defined by their military service. So these people are all sort of arrogant and opinionated. They're intense and relentless. In the case of Rambo there, maybe a little bit deranged, a little bit fixated, or some might even say broken. Okay, some might say. So why are these inaccuracies a problem for military veterans? Well, first of all, I don't know very many people that act like John Rambo these days after military service. I do know a couple people who have personality hints like this, but these are not the defining characteristics of veterans, right? And what people see, right, is these folks here, and it brings undue criticisms on people, right? So when little snippets of this, right, as a part of their personality might come out, they immediately attribute that to their service, and they immediately attribute that's the whole person, right? So there's some little snippets of their personality, and they attribute it, well, that's the military, it's because of their service, that's all they are, this is who they are, even though you're only ever seeing somebody sort of in the moment, right? You're not really seeing them as a whole person, a complex entity. So it undermines people's abilities, right? Their abilities to adapt, their abilities to overcome, their abilities to sort of experience perhaps traumatic events and move forward from them too, right? So that's the sort of stuff that portrayals like this bring forward into the real world. So we go from military pop culture and big personalities like that to sort of the real world. And in the real world, we know that military service is complex. It isn't just a war movie. It isn't just, Full Metal Jacket, right? It isn't just that. It is way more complex. It's a whole lot of hurry up and wait. It's a whole lot of head to the motor pool. It's a whole lot of boring stuff in between too. It's a whole lot of family issues. And I put up here, reality in general is never one dimensional, right? Reality is always three-dimensional, four-dimensional, really, if you want to include time. But so what are the realities of military service, right? Who serves in the military? Start from the beginning. Who are the people that join our volunteer military, right? They are the populations that are historically underserved, right? They are the historically poorer rural and urban areas, right? Not a whole lot of recruiting being done in suburbs. Recruits generally need something from the military, whatever it might be. I know I did. I'm not going to get into my whole story here, but you know what my GPA was in high school? 1.56. And that's because I never showed up, right? I'll tell you that right now because I'm working on my second master's degree and I've got a near perfect GPA. So my GPA in high school was 1.56. What did I need from the military? I needed direction, I needed stability, I needed guidance, I needed people to lift me up. And in order to be lifted up, I needed to, quite frankly, be broken down. So military is very good. So the military offers stability and opportunity and security. What sort of stability does the military offer to us? It offers a career path. Quite frankly, it offers a way out. It offers a way up. It offers things like health care, housing for folks that might be a huge issue. The military offers opportunity by way of education, things like the GI Bill. For veterans, things like vocational rehabilitation. It offers things like trades, right? You can get your black seal as a tradesman through your time in the military, right? It offers skills. It offers concrete skills, like perhaps how to diagnose a diesel engine, or it offers more abstract skills, like how to talk to people in a professional. It offers security, right? So a lot of these folks, just remember where we're recruiting from. A lot of these folks need something from the military. Because frankly, what they need sometimes is security. So it offers financial security. Maybe it's not about that paycheck for them, but maybe that job in the military is going to help them support their families. So a lot of that paycheck goes there. It's financial security, health care. Something that I didn't have growing up. I mean, I can't remember a time before I joined the military that I had stable health care. But when I joined the military, it was just, if you're sick, go to sick care. And it was just there. So it offers health care. It offers family. When I say family, I mean blood family, but I also mean the people that we consider family. Close friends, the brotherhood, the sisterhood in the military too. We can't divorce the fact that the realities of military service include things that might be harmful to people. We just can't divorce that. We have to. Like I said before, reality is never one-dimensional. Sometimes bad things happen. Right? So negative impacts of service, right? We know that military service is very hard. Hard on your body. It doesn't matter if you're in the Coast Guard, it doesn't matter if you're in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Space Force. It doesn't matter, right? At some point, it's going to be tough on your body. It's also going to be tough on your mind. It should be tough on your mind. That's the whole point of military service. To be the man, to be the people that are out front. So some of the negative impacts of military service have historically been your health, have historically been people's mental health. One of the reasons why we're here today, to talk about things like mental health. Negative impacts of military service obviously include things like deployment, things like moving all the time. Even if you serve in the military and you're never deployed to a combat zone, I never take that for granted when people say, well, you think you're deployed. So, did you move, street side somewhere? Did you move from Fort Bragg to Fort Lewis, or did you move from, the Pentagon to San Diego, or something like that, or anywhere in between? What if you served in the National Guard, and you just got stationed in northern New Jersey, and you got stationed in southern New Jersey? What if you were deployed for a humanitarian mission? I don't think anybody in here would say that, when our guard team were deployed into New York City to help with the COVID response, that was somehow less of a than perhaps a humanitarian response. It is.
you're in charge of perhaps your own life or a group of folks' lives, that's pretty darn stressful. Ever-changing environments, right? I talk about training environments. Anybody in here who has served in the military, you remember that feeling when you got off the bus, wherever you ended up, right, whatever service you were. I remember that feeling when I got off the bus. My immediate feeling was, what the hell did I just get myself into? That was my feeling. I still feel it right here. I still feel it right here. That's, whew, what happened, you know? But even ever-changing environments like being on a ship, right? Being afloat for 6 months is, from what I understand, not fun. My Navy folks can back me up on that, right? Delicate relationships, all right? Remember, kids who historically have not had great support systems come into the military and are thrown, for lack of a better term, into situations where they need to quickly understand complex relationships between people like officers and non-commissioned officers, between their leaders, their peers, their subordinates. Different personalities, where it might have just been they would just surround themselves with like-minded people at home. Now they don't have that opportunity. And they have to adapt to other people's personalities in a way that's not going to get them in trouble consistently, right? They have to learn how to interact with civilians because they're not a civilian anymore. That's a big deal, and they don't teach you how to do that in the military. They teach you yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir, but that's pretty much about it. And obviously there are way more nuances than that. And some people need to learn how to have friends. It's the bottom line. Some people need to learn how to have friends. And that's something that you can't be taught. You have to learn it yourself. So resiliency. I say when the right supports are in place, the stress of military service forges resilient and capable professionals. That's when the right supports are in place. Those supports have not always been in place, hence the reason why we're here today. I love that picture. I'll tell you where I got all these pictures at the end. I hope you go to the website. So I highlight integrity. What do I say about integrity, right? Integrity is a way of life for people in the military. It isn't just a word. It isn't just something that happens. It isn't just something to do. It isn't just something you're tasked with. It is who you are. You have to have integrity. It's doing what's right when nobody is watching. It's doing the right thing because, and you don't need to have another reason. Anybody who's been on a Zoom call with me recently, I have a subtle reminder behind me all the time, and it's a sign just on the back shelf there, and it just says, do the right thing. That's all it says in shiny gold letters. I never mention it, and I know people can see it. That's my little reminder for folks to remember their own integrity. So what does integrity do? It builds trust. Trust in yourself, which is hard to do if you've never done it before, right? It builds trust in yourself. It allows you to start trusting other people. And you can't divorce yourself from the fact that it allows you to build trust in systems as well. When everybody around you has integrity and works with integrity, you can start to trust the system. Integrity sustains moral character. It hones a sense of responsibility. If you know you have to have integrity, then you live with a sense of responsibility for your work. And it helps you develop a sense of respect for other people. Last, it develops confidence. Confidence is something that people are not born with. It's taught. It's learned. It's an observed. Nope, I can't go over there. It's gonna buzz. But it's learned. It's observed, right? Confidence is something that I've learned over doing presentations like this to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of audiences now. I learned how to be confident in the military. I was faking it in basic training, but it doesn't matter if you're faking it or not, as long as you appear confident. Last highlight is duty. I thought about these three things and I said, you know, of all of the different characteristics of military service, military culture, integrity, yeah, I get that, the other one, you know, but duty is the one that sticks out to me the most. Because duty, in my opinion, right, is the core of service. It's why we serve in the military. It's why people like me continue to, and a lot of you, continue to serve in whatever capacity. Military service members consider themselves, and veterans, quite frankly, consider themselves to be stalwarts of the public trust. If the public can't trust the military, then who can they trust? They trust us to do certain things, right? Duty is task completion. For me, this is what it is, right? It's project timing. It's starting things on time. It's ending things on time, as I consider the fact that I might be running over my time right now. It's completeness and correctness in our work. It's working to exceed the minimums. It's one of the things that people really don't like about me sometimes, is that I work to exceed the minimum. I never just try to do the minimum. I always try to do a little bit more, and I drag people along with me. It's doing more because we need to do more, not because it's just expected. And I ask two questions. I see you, Jackie. I ask two questions. If not us, then who? And if not now, when? That's my sense of duty. I don't know why my name says that like that, but that's it. So the pictures I got from a website called johnhaversickstudio.com. It's a project that he did called the Faces of Freedom Project. And there are hundreds and hundreds of these black and white portraits of people who have served in the military. Young, old, men, women, black, white, doesn't matter. And it's really powerful stuff. And they're just simple black and white portraits. So I hope you check out the Faces of Freedom Project. And I hope you consider a little bit more about military culture now, and I hope that this wasn't the same boring presentation that you might have expected. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. That was wonderful. And military culture, a topic that many of you, obviously Dave did a great job of explaining all that as well, but obviously many of you in this room know. No one more so than Mr. Bob Luby. When that last line that Dave just said, if not us, then whom? If not now, then when? Now is the time. This KOVA initiative was born from the designer and author, Mr. Bob Luby. Bob has taken what he's learned in the military over many years to build coalitions. I don't know, sometimes I'm not military, but sometimes, man, Mr. Luby tells me to do something, I like hop, skip, and jump and run to do it. Because he's always focused and driven into a way that whatever he touches is going to have an impact. He has been with the American Legion, Department of New Jersey's Veterans Employment and Homeless Education Commission for some time. Let's see, he's worked with the governor's office, the VFW, Department of New Jersey. He's a Vietnam veteran. I mean, he is without question one of the most powerful people in a non-powerful position. How's that sound? That I have ever met. And we are very fortunate to get a chance to work with him. And I would like Mr. Bob Luby to come up and talk about his role and how KOVA was born and how his mission is driven, literally driven up and down the state multiple times for very, very good reasons. And I didn't throw in what you've done for the incarcerated veterans, because I had 5 pages of stuff about Mr. Luby, and he was like, yeah, no, just talk about that. So without further ado, we'll let Mr. Luby talk about KOVA. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do you want to take the wireless or you want to stand?
No, I'm going to be up here a
Okay.
short time. Good morning, all. This is fantastic. The crowd may look small, but you are large for many reasons. In numbers, the live streaming. You're large in your heart and soul just by being here. Admittedly, I see the riders back there. I see a lot of caps here. A lot of us are in the military veteran community. But sometimes that doesn't matter. But it's you all that are here to learn more about veteran suicide and its awareness, so you could take that back to your own organizations and to your companies. One of the prime ordinances that we had hoped for today, and we succeeded with the help of Pat and his team, were employers. We succeeded. Because there's many vehicles to get this veteran suicide awareness notice, as well as the homeless tragedy, and a lot of other things that our vets deserve and don't know that they deserve it, entitled, or they don't get it. So it's you all that's going to take it back to your organization and compound this message 10 times, 1,000 times, etc. Some of you may say, well, what's this KOVA thing have to do with the VA? The presenters, the designers of this program today, we have some hidden jewels and gems in the VA, like the Dave Brimmers, like the Pat Carneys, the Jackie Hinkers. Tanya is here, Matt is here, Bradley is here. As well as it's their duty to reach out to us, we have to reach out to them also. KOVA was a thought about 9 months ago, like giving birth, I guess, that I perceived, maybe wrongfully, that there wasn't one consolidated veteran suicide initiative in New Jersey. VA was doing their thing, the 3 VAs that serve us. The various organizations like the VFW, who for at least 4 years, past State Commander Barbara Hegeman, her department project was to give grants to the post to help educate them for veteran suicide. The American Legion, with their pending legislation and their buddy checks. It's going to take us all. And it started when VA Medical Director in Wilmington, Vince Kane, came to me and he said, when are we going to get the message of the governor's challenge in New Jersey? I said, Vince, I don't know what you're talking about. I remember the mayor's challenge, which was devoted to homelessness. He explained it. We got a meeting together with the governor's staff, Vince Kane himself and myself, and 2 other members of the Veteran Service Council. We explained what the governor's challenge is, which fortunately has proceeded. We heard commitments of executive orders, legislation, money. We walked out of there. When Vince had to drive back down to Wilmington, he was on a flying carpet. He was flying high. But guess what, folks, after 4 months? Nothing. So therefore, the birth of KOVA. KOVA is not a clinical plan. KOVA is a strategic plan to do this. There's information in our strategic plan that most of you have received. I have copies in the back, that every organization, every person in this room can start their own program. It doesn't have to be by a grant from your department headquarters. There's enough resources and information for you to start garnering support with the public and the private sectors. Because just like homelessness, we in the American Legion, and me as a chairman, realized 7 years ago, great organization, but we can't do it by ourselves. Who came on board but the VFW and the DAV? That's how we get it done. Veteran suicide. VFW can't do it alone. So what are the other VSOs in business for? Exactly that. And hopefully here in New Jersey, all our veteran service organizations, because of homelessness and suicide, the right reason, are bringing these organizations together. So please, carry this information. You're going to meet and/or in the KOVA strategic plan every resource that you need to know in order to end this tragedy. Not bring the 22 number down to 19. A lot of town halls have tried that. It doesn't work, folks. That's why Pat and team put together this talk. Normalize the conversation. We have to constantly improve because the same old don't work. We have to get the veteran suicide numbers down to nothing, as well as our homelessness. Those two important subjects. If an organization, veteran service organization, if that's all they do, they are meeting their mission and the word of our, and the will of our Lord our God, I know. So, KOVA could not do it alone. We have a list of champions that have signed on to the document. Most of them are here today. I would just like to highlight them and also highlight some others. I don't mean to slight anybody, but it's the people organizations like the New York Shipping Association and the ILA, the International Longshoremen Association, that is a signer of KOVA, that had a dedicated job fair with us. Working with the ILA, as a result of that dedicated job fair, 400 veterans were hired. Unprecedented in this country. The ILA, after that, donated $12,000 to our homeless program. The unions have always behind veterans because they employed many veterans. Sansone Automall, also here, built $1 million training center for our military and our veterans. These two were National Employers of the Year. And to go on if I would, some other champions. This could be taken away from the real meat of the program here, but we believe it's important because we must recognize who helps us to get it done. And again, it's not just one or two organizations. New Jersey Reentry Corporation by former Governor McGreevey. Spectre Care is here. Foundation for Suicide Prevention, a national partner of the VA. One of the strongest initial supporters of Pat's Levitt, the law enforcement, and also KOVA, is our prosecutors, is our sheriffs. Atlantic City Sheriff Eric Schiffler is here today with his team. Middlesex County Prosecutor Megan and her team is here. Prosecutors, county prosecutors realize the importance of veteran suicide. Megan just completed several months ago. Dave was one of the premier speakers again. We can't keep him away, by the way. One of the premier speakers of an event that they had. They had a two-day event. Just phenomenal, because they get it. Leaders of the American Legion are here. We're supposed to have a National Employment Commission chair, Jim LaCourciere. He did show from Connecticut. Jim, thank you for being here. plus the other departmental leaders from the American Legion. VFW Commander Luddy Austin is here and his team. Jewish War Vets Commander Larry Rosenthal and team is here. I'm going to mention the Department of Corrections. What? What are they doing with veteran suicide? They get a bunch of inmates. Yeah, and 10% of them are veterans. So we were pleased with the company I work with and for, EHCA, to work with DOC, whose heart and soul was in this also, to transition our incarcerated veterans. The MAVA, of course, is here. Ocean County Judicial, Department of Labor, several SSVF VA providers, Community Hope, Multi-Vet Service Center, Rowan College, Stockton College, Angelic Hospice. Talk about unions. Chris DeMayo, did you show? He had to take care of his kids, but the Insulators Union is here. Chris is the chair of the Building Trade Council. That's all the trades. VetWorks, Ma Deuce Deuce, on and on and on, including the PGA. PGA now has a program to support our vets. Insulators Union, IBEW is here. Insurance companies, Rolling Thunder, Riders, Hope for Veterans. That's all. So before, I'm surprised. I just learned that our buddy, I can't say favorite soldier, Pat, because there's other soldiers in here too, was a boxer in his day. So, hey, listen, I boxed for Powell in Philly, but I think maybe he was a little heavier weight class than me. So I told him I brought my gloves, but I didn't. But that's what it's going to take too. It's going to take fighters. It's going to take our champions to beat this. So again, thank you very much for being here. That's a lot of stuff that you maybe didn't come here to listen to. But we have to recognize the people are doing the work. Fortunately, the governor's team, Pat is part of it. I'm on paper part of it. I think Tanya and Matt is part of it. Hopefully they'll come up with a product one of these days. But we can't wait for them. It's going to be the veteran service organizations, the prosecutors, law enforcement, others that is going to get this done because we're on the streets. We know how to get it done because you heard the expertise from Dave Brimmer and the others that are going to follow today. We've been there. We've walked the talk and we've walked the walk. Please be by our side. God bless you and thank you.
Outstanding, Mr. Luby. Although I do know my outreach partner there, Pat Carney, also boxed with his feet, apparently. That was a little MMA, not just the fists. So all the people in this room play a role in the lives of veterans, from the Legion Riders, myself. I probably should have, in the beginning, explained a little bit about, I'm not just Pat Carney's outreach partner, I'm also the daughter and the spouse of a veteran myself. So as the veteran family member, a lot comes into play. Understanding military culture is one of those things. I don't think, in many cases, it's not really taken into consideration what the family knows and doesn't know, because sometimes veterans don't share what's going on. I can tell you clearly my father did not share a word with me. As an only child and a daughter, I never really knew my father's full story. And it wasn't something he ever shared with myself or my mother. But I can tell you the time that he spent at the American Legion or the VFW, where I had to pick him up after he had many cocktails. And that is where he was getting his therapy, was with other like-minded individuals. So when you say walk the walk and talk the talk, I will never know what that feels for you. but I can tell you, as the daughter and the spouse of a veteran, it's an honor and a privilege, and I just wish that there was more that we understood, or that the spouses and the loved ones could learn more about military culture, to maybe get a little insight on what we'll never know, but maybe a little insight would help in understanding the military culture. Speaking of which, another non-veteran and a great community partner of ours, a good friend, a wonderful guy, coming up to talk in just a moment. Project Refit, I think it falls out of Pat's mouth at least 5-6 times a day. And it probably falls out of ours as well. Project Refit has been around as somebody that we can lean on and talk to, that's included in the things that we do, as an excellent resource for our veterans. James started, he's the co-founder of Project Refit. He has been just someone great to lean on and bounce ideas off of. And when push comes to shove and we need him on VA Outreach Live, our radio station, we always have James to lean on. So I'd like to ask James to come up here to talk a little bit to you all about peer-to-peer veteran engagement. Project Refit does some really innovative things when it comes to peer-to-peer and being able to counsel veterans. They work with like isolation and trying to get veterans out and keeping everyone engaged with one another, that buddy check system to make sure that people have somebody to talk to. So, James, it is all yours. Do you want this?
Sure.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I have a presentation too. Do I have my presentation to go up or no? It's cool if I don't. No? Cool.
It should be, though.
I don't have a PowerPoint, James Corbett.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So, my name is James Corbett. I'm with Project Refit, as I was just introduced. Thank you. And something that I want us all to focus on real quick, the words of "I wish I could understand more," right? That was just said a few times, and about the parents and the kids of the veterans, and sometimes even the friends of the veterans. They need to understand each other. We need to understand what's happening. So Project Refit, I'm the only civilian that's a part of it right now, a part of the board. Well, aside from a veteran spouse, she's also a civilian. But she's an accountant. She's great. She helps us out. She's very much needed. What's up? Oh, the hat? I got to take it off? Can't see my eyes? Oh, all right, there you go. All right, so here's my eyes. They're blue, if you weren't sure. They match my hat. So we're really focused on trying to bridge that community. We're really focused on trying to bring people out of their homes, combating isolation that way. We've been hosted throughout the COVID pandemic. We've been hosting what's called Radio Check Buddy Check-In programs online on Zoom. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we change up the schedule to every Monday and Friday. And every Monday, it's live streamed. We reach 500 to 1,000 people every single time that we live stream. And then on Fridays, it's private. Why does that matter? So we have a big vision. We've already been putting it into place. We've traveled 18,000 miles last year, actually helping out veterans and first responders all around the country. We rebuilt roofs, helped guys lose weight, hosted retreats, and rucks, tons of things, right? We're just out there, just aggressively pushing this community. And one thing that we're doing that's very different is we're including civilians. Why? Because they matter too. Believe it or not, to get healthy, you have to begin to connect with others. You have to start talking to people about what you went through. You have to start bringing in the innovation of thought. You must share your experience. So, out of that, we began to learn after listening and talking and listening and talking, a lot more listening. We ended up recognizing an opportunity, 2 things. So we have this Radio Check Buddy Check-In program, and what we're going to branch off of that, we actually already built it, is a mobile app, the very first one, and at the tap of a button, the veterans can get in contact with other veterans, and first responders can get in contact with other first responders or veterans, or vice versa, and they can begin to talk to each other. Their top 5 best friends at the tap of a button, they can get in touch. There's some American Legion leaders, actually, that are interested in talking to us, which is great. I don't know, probably none of you guys, sorry, but I'll talk to you afterwards if you want. But the reason why that matters is because we need consistency. Consistency is one of the most important words to think about when it comes to this fight. So we talk about this suicide issue as a real war. And many of you who served understand it takes money and it takes consistency to win a war, right? So if you have to take into consideration that consistency, what do you need to give your men on the front line? Weapons. You need to give them a gun if you want them to win. You can't just send them in, without a weapon. You can't do that. What are you going to do, fight somebody with a gun? Get out of here, right? We need to give people a weapon. So that's exactly what the Radio Check Buddy Check-In program app. It's Project Reef at Blue Skies, named in honor of Command Sergeant Major Martin Gunny Barreras, died 2014. The reason why we built that is because it's a true weapon. It's, at the tap of a button, get in contact, top 5 best friends. Wow. So I can talk to my buddy like that? Great. Need resources? Great. We have links to tons of resources, right, that we can put in there. Because people are doing that stuff all around the country. We need to develop the weapon for the guy, for the woman, to be able to tap something and just get in touch with somebody instantly that they love. Now, the other thing that we're doing, because we have to think about this, the community of the future. So Project Refit also talks about something called the community of the future. What does that look like? Well, the community of the future, in the way we imagine it, is one where it's online. I just explained to you 2 programs that are online, but also in person, because you cannot get rid of something that works, and that's human connection. Me seeing you here is more important than wherever the cameras are. I mean, you guys matter, by the way, but I can see you here in front of me. I'm more connected to you. I'm talking to you, right? So with that in mind, we also are developing what's called mobile bases. We actually thought about the way VFWs and American Legions operate and the importance of them, and biker groups, right? Well, why don't we build a mobile lounge? One that would be about from here to like here, and then it folds out, and it's a lounge. And we show up to your workplaces, and we show up to events, and we are a rally point. We show up to police departments. We show up to fire departments, and we set up, and we become a rally point that we can get people out to. We have on our truck on the side, says we show up. We want to show up to you directly because that matters. So all of these thoughts and all of these ideas, we've put into action and they're working, right? There's a reason why just last week I get a call from a Marine who says, dude, I got a buddy of mine. He's not doing good. I don't know what to do. He says he's going to kill himself. I was like, all right, call the police right away. First thing, call the police. Call them. Get brave. That's what I say to him too. Get brave. Call the police. He's like, all right. Stay on the phone with him. We'll call the police together. His buddy's life is saved. Because you got to include the police. You have to. You have to include your community partners. They're literally on the front line here in our communities, right? Which is also why we also help out police and law enforcement as well. I see 2 back there, so keep that in mind. We're here for the community. We do not want to exclude civilians out of this, though. Think about it. Why would you exclude people that you want to talk to, right? Why would you want to exclude these people? And I get it. Here's what I learned. I learned that sometimes you don't trust them because they're not a part of the brotherhood or the sisterhood. Well, guess what? You're doing a disservice to them by not telling them about it. You're doing a disservice to the community and America by not telling them about this. It's actually amazing. I was like, man, this is beautiful. I can literally call up a veteran anytime. Like, yo, man, I need to talk. They're like, all right, what do you need? That's powerful. That's powerful. And I'm honored. I mean, honestly, I'm honored that I get to have that, right? But the thing is it's also going to help you to include civilians into that conversation, believe it or not. It's important because they're your employers. They're your employees. They're your coworkers. They're everywhere, right? You helped me. Because of you, you allowed me to start this. My dreams, my crazy visions back in like 2015, right? When I was at Columbia, I'm just sitting there, I'm looking at this data, and I'm like, dude, there's something wrong here. How do I fix this? And I just came up with some stupid, crazy ideas, And, we went for it. And lo and behold, here I am being adopted into this community, which, again, it's an honor. But why is it just me? right? We need to do it for more people. We need to do it for your siblings. We need to do it for your brother, your literal brother, or your literal sister, right? We need to do it for the guy that you work across. If he has questions, answer them, right? Like, sometimes the questions are a little ridiculous, and we got to train him and teach him, like, dude, you shouldn't be asking how many people I killed and stuff. You shouldn't be doing that stuff. That's rude. You can't do that, right? Don't completely cut them off at that point, though. They might be good people. But you're the leaders, right? Like, that's what I view. That's how I view it as. You have the opportunity to be those leaders. And I think that's something we need to remind veterans about. And it's not, don't expect anything, right? You have tons of services out. That's also what we tell our guys all the time. Don't expect anything. Go into your life expecting nothing. Work for what you have to do, of course. Reach out, get your resources, ask for them, of course. But just expect nothing. Help people, teach them. That's what we're at. That's how we view it, because you have that opportunity to be those community leaders. So, all in all, I'm going to keep it pretty short. I'm going to end very soon. I'm going to say, just talk to me, learn about what we're trying to do, learn about the mission. We have some incredible tools. Again, that Blue Skies one, in fact, that I think is going to be like the M16, right? It's going to be the M4. It's going to be that gun, that weapon that anybody can use in the fight to help each other, to create that, the one word I want you to remember, consistency. That community consistency of communicating with each other. That is one of the most important things that we need to remember. Check in on your buddies. And you know what? This is important. One of the thoughts that went into this, so we can understand why it's so important. You know what sucks? Having to text a million people at the same time. Having to call. That does suck. Pardon my language, but it stinks. So, like, that's a lot of work. And you have things that you have to do. You have families you have to care about. And I get that. That's normal. That's normal. That's why it's so hard to have consistency. So that's why an app at the tap of a button, just whoop, go in, checking on your boys, checking on your girls, checking on your brothers, checking on your sisters, right? That is why that's so innovative. That's why that's so powerful. Nothing like that exists right now. We're trying to make that happen. The reason why the mobile bases matter is because we can go out and bring our guys to different places. You know, women as well, when I say guys, my vernacular. But bring our people out to different places and set up as a rally point to go out and do things, because sometimes there's families involved, right? They want to bring their friends with them. Come on with me. Include those that you love. Include them in your programs. We want to show up, too, with these mobile bases, again, to your places at work, right? Check in on them. Bring out civilians if they have questions. Why not? Come hang out. Let's talk. Let's learn a little together. Let's see what you need. What services do you need? Again, there's so many great services that are out there. Why reinvent the wheel? Let's show up for each other and stay consistent. So that's it for us. That's Project Refit. That's what we do. And I hope that I can talk to some of you afterwards and find a way to work together even deeper. So thank you.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Appreciate everything that Project Refit is doing for our veterans, and peer-to-peer support, normalizing the conversation, like-minded individuals talking to one another in a language that they understand, because sometimes I don't understand the language that military is talking to military. Too many acronyms. I get lost. Luckily, I have people to lean on at home and at work to let me know exactly what they're talking about sometimes. But reaching out, James pointed to reaching out. Reaching out sometimes can be the most difficult thing. So it's very important that we, as the conduit, the community, suicide is everyone's business, that we understand that it's okay to normalize the conversation, to say, are you thinking about killing yourself? So during the course of this day, please hold that as close to your heart as you can. It is something that we need to make in a normal conversation if we can be the helpful hands that can save a life. We are going to take a quick break for everyone to grab a little coffee and maybe use the restroom. And then we're going to reconvene in 15 minutes. So if y'all would like to go and do that, we'll see you back here in, it's 9:58, so 10:15. We'll see you right back here. Thank you. I can't see. The light's directly in my face. Think? I don't see Commander Austin. I can't see. I need James Corbett's hat. I don't know, but it's going to be really cute that I'm wearing my mask on my head. Okay, I think we're going to get started. Although I don't see Mr. Carney or Mr. Luby. Is he in the room? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Just a short break. We're going to get back into the presenters now. Hopefully, we're going to have enough time at the end that we can have all of the morning presenters come up and have a bit of a panel discussion. I think that would be very beneficial. So we're working toward that. So next speaker, Chief Woodland, bear that in mind because, you know, that I'm just teasing. You are welcome to say whatever you want, sir. Our next speaker is Chief Paul Woodland of the VA Police at Wilmington VA Medical Center. He has a very long history in law enforcement, but since before he was chief and he was deputy chief, he has won all different kind of neat awards. He won the Association of the Chief of Police Top 40 Under 40 award and was recognized by IACP for his work supporting their one-minded campaign. He literally wrote policy on law about responding to the mentally ill. Chief Woodland has been a part of the VRT trainings in Delaware, veteran response team trainings. We're bringing that over into the New Jersey side with some trainings on just not necessarily VRT, but law enforcement training to engage those that are in crisis. We had one of those recently in Atlantic County, and I saw Sheriff Scheffler and Mr. Tim Reed out there somewhere. We have done these with law enforcement as an outreach team. Pat Carney created a Levette training, which started way back in 18, that has been critically life-saving. So having Chief Woodland be involved in these trainings has been really great for us, even though he has to drive over from Delaware, but I don't think he minds it too much. I think he actually likes hanging out with us. But Chief Woodland also worked at the Coatesville VA Medical Center. Again, a long-standing line of law enforcement positions, I will say. And if we could have Chief come up. And the Chief is going to talk to you a little bit about engaging veterans in crisis as we speak today. Chief, this is yours. Click it or tick it. I believe so, sir, but I'm not in law enforcement, so I cannot confirm or deny.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also a veteran. I did 11 years in the Navy, and during that I was an augmentee for the Army for 1 year, so I got to experience that a little bit, and that was interesting. So Veterans Crisis Engagement, when I came in and I heard Mr. Brimmer present, and he talked about honesty and integrity and trust, I kind of panicked because that's a lot about what I'm going to talk about. And then when Mr. Corbett came up and talked about his message and consistency, I thought, you know what, it's a good thing that we're talking about the same thing because it's driving home those points of, you know, what we need to do and what we need to accomplish to be able to help veterans who may be experiencing crisis or are trying to integrate back into, you know, the civilian world. So you got two pictures here. They represent two stories. One is a personal story of mine, and one is a guy that I was working with, but I wasn't present. The one on the right, or your left, with the vest. So that was similar to a vest that I was wearing at the time. I was working at the VA. I was brand new. And I had a habit of resting my hands on the vest here. And one time we had a veteran who was experienced some tough times, and we got into a tussle, and we finally got him calmed down. We get him to the emergency room, and I'm resting my hands here, and I start kind of fidgeting with the zipper. And I notice that he's staring at it, so I stop, and unknowingly I start fidgeting with it again, and I notice his eyes get drawn to it again. And for some reason, I felt it was a good idea to be like, yo, why are you staring at my zipper after we just got this guy calm? And he just says zippers. And then he focuses on me, and he comes charging at me, and we get into a tussle again. Well, we get him calmed down, and I kind of say, okay, what happened? And what he explained to me is that when he was deployed, there was an incident in which they were in a convoy, and there was an IED in one of the vehicles in front of them, and it caught fire. And when they were finally able to get everybody out, there was nothing left but their zippers. So for him, me messing with that zipper was a trigger and a reminder of what he went through back then. So, you know, when I confronted him, why he's staring at my zippers, I really wasn't thinking, you know, I'm dealing with a veteran here, a fellow veteran, and what that might trigger. The picture on the left is syrup. The incident that one of my colleagues had was he got a call to a veteran that was being disruptive in one of their inpatient units. He goes up there, and apparently he's told that the food service worker's delivering his breakfast in the morning, and he gets upset. He says, I said no syrup, and he takes the tray, he throws it at the food service worker, tears the room apart. The officer goes up there, says, sir, it's just syrup. What's the big deal? Why are you flipping out about syrup? And what he explained was that when he was in Afghanistan, there was one particular brutal ambush that they were under in a neighborhood that had goats hanging in front of the houses, and the smell of those goats reminded him of pancake syrup. So when he got that syrup, that was an instant trigger for him, and he knew it. And that's why he asked no syrup, and that's why he's so upset over something simple as syrup. So those are two instances. There's many like this, but, you know, when we're interacting with veterans, sometimes we need to think like a veteran would think and before we act. So this is Lou and Joe. They are friends. This is a recent picture of them. Does anybody know these guys? No. Okay, good. So this is Lou and Joe now. I'm sorry, yes, now. This is Lou and Joe a few years ago. You'll see Lou is a judge, and Joe's in his uniform. Well, when Joe got out of the military, he had a hard time integrating back into civilian life, and he fell on the wrong side of the law. He had some DUIs and similar, you know, kind of lower level incidents like that. And he got into a veterans treatment court. And Lou is the judge of that veterans treatment court. Well, those of you that may be familiar with veteran treatment courts, they're extremely strict. You have hearings several times a month. You have to subscribe and participate into very specific treatment plans, drug testing, and if you don't, the penalties are usually jail time, short jail time, until you finish the program. Well, Joe fell out of the program a little bit, and he had to be sentenced to jail one night. So what we know now is that Lou is also a veteran. And Joe, one of the reasons that he has some struggles is he was in an incident where a Humvee rolled over and ended up in water. And he was trapped in there for quite some time. He was the only one out of the passengers that were in that Humvee that was able to make it out. And Lou thought that putting him in a contained cell would not be good for him, given that he had that experience. So Joe went in that night, got locked up, and he's sweating, he's starting to panic. And then who shows up is Lou. So Judge shows up, gets in the cell with him, and spends the night with him all night. Because he was thinking like a veteran, and he knew what Joe was probably going to experience when he was locked in that small area. And although he had to hold him accountable for what he did wrong, he was letting Joe know that he had his back and he was there to support him no matter what, and that he was in the fight with him. And I think that's what we need to try and do is be more like the judge and less like me, giving people a hard time for staring at your zipper. Can't really see me. Yeah, so veterans are resilient in combat. They're not resilient at home. And I believe that's because when you're in the military, and I see a lot of veterans here, there's this trust that's just kind of automatic. And it's not like any trust I've experienced anywhere else, even with my family members and some of my closest, longest friends. These are people that you really don't know for a long period of time, especially if you're changing duty stations, but you trust that they'll have your back and they trust that you have their back, and it's so automatic, you almost don't have to think about it. And then when you get back home and you're not with that group, you don't really know if you have that trust in everybody. You feel kind of like an outsider. And so that's where this trust and honesty comes in. If we're able to commit to that veteran and show that veteran that, you know, you can trust us and we are going to be honest with you, you may be able to get them to feel more comfortable integrating into the society. So I know I'm talking about crisis engagement and dealing with veterans that are in crisis, but really the best way to do it is prevent them from getting to that point. The reason veterans are having crisis is because there's nothing being done from the time they get out until the time they're actually in crisis. And so if we work to, you know, build that trust and get them integrated and make them feel like they're part of the community and not alienated, we can do that. For you guys that are employers, you know, I think there's presentations later about forming veterans groups, and there's presentations about, you know, giving them tasks. You know, they're told what to do all throughout the military, and they get home, and there's really not that structure. So you can build that structure in and give them those tasks, but make them build to bigger tasks and make those tasks lead to them creating their own ideas and then supporting those ideas so they feel like they're a part of it and they're slowly building their way back from being told what to do and not doing anything unless you're told to do it, and everything has a purpose, starting there and then working your way up to them doing their own thing and feeling confident doing that. Sorry, I can't see the.
You want the wireless mic there, sir? I can do that for you. Ta-da!
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So, again, with prevention, we need to recognize the, you know, symptoms of PTSD. And I use PTSD, but to be honest, I use it loosely because statistics show that most of these veterans that came from Iraq and Afghanistan, very small percentage of them were in combat, you know, face to face, you're shooting at me, I'm shooting at you. However, we see a higher percentage of them having disabilities when they get out. And I think that is, we say it's PTSD, but I don't think it's always PTSD. I think we use PTSD as kind of a general term to quote unquote label veterans when they come out and they're having difficulties integrating back into the community. So this could be recurrent intrusive reminders of traumatic events, similar to, you know, what I told about the syrup and I told about the zippers, avoidance of things that remind them of a traumatic event, negative changes in their thoughts or mood, being off guard all the time, jumpy and emotionally reactive. Now that's not going to be every veteran. You might just know they're kind of alienating themselves. They're thinking that they're being alienated, but really a lot of times they're alienating themselves because they don't feel comfortable in the environment. So if you do have a veteran that you're trying to help that you think has PTSD or something similar, don't take it personally. Like I said, you might think that they're alienating themselves from you, but really they're just uncomfortable, and maybe they would want someone to come and reach out to them and ask, how are you feeling, and introduce yourself. But if they're not comfortable talking, don't force it. You're going to end up with an outburst. Be patient and understanding. Offer support, but don't try to direct them. So, hey, I'm here if you need it, and but to force them, unless it's a serious crisis, like Mr. Corbett mentioned, where they called the police. But leading up to that, if you force them too much, you could push them away completely, and we don't want to do that either. Try to anticipate triggers, right? It's okay to have that conversation too. Once you get to know the person, it's okay to say, like, hey, is there anything that I need to be aware of or keep an eye out for? And some of it you'll notice on your own, like I noticed with the zipper. I didn't notice it was a trigger, but I noticed he was fixated on it. And maybe I should have asked that question differently. Is it bothering you that I have this zipper? Then why are you staring at my zipper? There's also grounding techniques. If anybody is diagnosed with PTSD and is getting treatment for PTSD, they learn grounding techniques through their therapy. I'm not saying that you need to learn those techniques, but if you're aware that they have PTSD and you know they're in treatment, it's okay to remind them, hey, don't forget about your grounding techniques, to try and bring them back down when they're excited. And have the conversation. I think Jackie mentioned that you have to talk to them. You can't just think that they're going to get better on their own without you making them aware that they're having issues and encouraging them to get involved in treatment. And when we say ask the question, are you thinking of hurting yourself? It's okay to ask. There's nothing wrong with asking that. It's important that you ask it, and you ask it directly. Now, if you do have a veteran that you recognize is in a serious crisis, we're talking flashbacks, they're acting out, and this is the minority. I think a lot of what you'll see is those other things where they're just kind of keeping to themselves, maybe very irritable, maybe not showing up places that they're supposed to be at. And those are the type of things you're normally going to see, and those are what you really need to address early to prevent it from getting to this point. But it could get to this point, and really what if you're not law enforcement or some type of first responder, really what you need to do is just step back. You don't want to put yourself in harm's way and try to wake them up from the flashback. You just want to clear the area and call for help. Depending on the severity of it, you can call a crisis hotline. Anybody can call a crisis hotline. It doesn't have to be the veteran himself. It could be a family member, it can be a friend, and just say, hey, I have this person, they're having trouble, it's not an emergency, can you have someone reach out to them? And they will call the VA, and the VA will be able to get in touch with that veteran and try to get them engaged in treatment. Just don't ignore it. And that's it.
Thank you, Chief Woodland. Thanks for your constant engagement with us, too, as well. We appreciate having you here today. We're going to move on to our next presenter, Mr. Bradley Jacobs. He comes to us from East Orange Lions. We're pleased to have him with us today. Mr. Jacobs is the Suicide Prevention Coordinator at the East Orange Lions. Both campuses or just one?
Well, actually, I'm based out of East Orange. My colleague is from the Lions campus is here too, Ash Desai. But
Perfect.
we cover everything.
Of course. It is the VA, so luckily we all are working well together. He is the Director of Practice Intervention. He had done that all kinds of, well, I was going to read your whole bio, but now you're standing next to me, so now I'm a little nervous. It's the first time we've met. But I'm going to let you go ahead and get right into it. Are you prefer this one? And you prefer this one?
I do.
And we appreciate your time today, sir.
Okay. The green button advances it?
Yes, the green button.
All right. Thank you. Oh, the picture's not coming out. So let's see if this is. So hi, my name is Bradley Jacobs. I'm a social worker, and as she mentioned, Jackie mentioned, I work at the VA based out in New Jersey, based out of East Orange. I'm going to talk to you today about, specifically about suicide prevention, and we're going to talk about the VA's SAVE model or to help you respond should you encounter a veteran who is having suicidal thoughts. But before we start, and I know we've been talking about suicide for a little bit, I'm going to talk about it quite a bit in the next half hour or so. And I do want to take a moment to just stop and recognize that many of us have our own experiences with suicide. And I'm going to just assume that many of you in the room have also had your own experiences. And so talking about this can be difficult. If you do know some of the grounding techniques that the chief was talking about, this is a great place to use it, right? Something as simple as just feeling your feet on the floor, you know, getting your arms in the chair sort of, and breathing for a moment can help if things get a little overwhelming. I won't take offense if you need to step out of the room. That is all good. And the Veterans Crisis Line number is something you should have in your phone. Have it in there in case you ever need it or in case you come across a person who is in need of help, so you don't have to stop and think or search. And you just need to have it in your phone and be able to call it. Sometimes people ask me, as a suicide prevention coordinator, that's my job. The VA has over 400 suicide prevention coordinators, and that is basically all our job is. We are tasked specifically to work in suicide prevention. The VA can't really assign us to do other things. So that's what we work on every day. And so people sometimes ask me, why do you do that? That must be really hard. So I want to share with you a little bit about why I came into this and working specifically in suicide prevention and why at the VA. So as a social worker, I've worked for many years in mental health, behavioral health settings, working with people who are homeless, worked in the criminal justice system. And I've come across people who are suicidal, and I've lost some clients, a few clients to suicide, young and older. And I always felt undertrained, under-resourced, that I felt a level of responsibility for what happened to them, but also feeling like as a professional, I'm not sure what to do. So I was looking for ways to increase my ability to respond to people in need or to recognize when they are approaching that point where they decide it's no longer worthwhile living, and what I could do about it. And I also had my own personal experiences, losing a family member to suicide, and feeling the same. Like I wasn't aware he was struggling. I didn't know what was, things were that bad in his life, and felt guilty that I wasn't there, that, he didn't think he could pick up the phone and give me a call. So the VA, and we'll talk a little bit about it, but not a ton, is in a unique place. It's the largest integrated healthcare system in the United States. And it can do something that other healthcare systems can't, which is really try to do a deep dive into understanding what are the factors contributing to suicide risk, how do we recognize it in the veterans that we serve. And so for me, the opportunity to work in this was, I just felt like I needed to be here and do this work. I'm going to talk a little bit, about my father's contribution to why I'm here too. So, because I know there are employers in the room, I wanted to just take a moment to stop and talk about mental health broadly and not just suicide. Right? Suicide is the worst possible outcome we talk about when we talk about mental health issues. But it's important to acknowledge that 1 in 5 adults in the US are going to have a mental health issue at some point. And most of us who have a mental health issue aren't going to go out and seek help. We're not going to get care. From an employment and a business perspective, I don't think most of us know that mental health conditions are the single largest contributor to disability in this country. Lost productivity to mental health disability is costly for us. Part of the reason it's so costly is because people, right, they miss work. They're not able to be productive at work. And we don't have a system that helps get them into treatment or care. So for those of you who work in any kind of business setting or someone who works at the school, how many of us have first aid stations around where we know there's a first aid kit? Right? Not defibrillators. Yeah, what are they called? Blanking on what they're called, right? Those are now pretty common. Many of us get CPR training. How many people have had mental health first aid training? Oh, look, that's awesome. People in this room have had mental health first aid training, right? Knowing how to respond to somebody, knowing and just sort of accepting that many of us have our own issues around mental illness and are going to need support and help in the workplace in order to keep functioning, in order to keep going, in order to be present and get the benefits that work provides us. I don't mean the healthcare benefits, I mean the sense of achievement, the sense of accomplishment that and the camaraderie that come from being able to stay and work. So let's talk more specifically about suicide. I don't want to spend a ton of time on the data because I'm assuming many of you know this. In 2019, over 45,000 US adults died by suicide. That number has, up until 2018, 2019, that number was increasing every year since 2001. That includes over 6,000 veterans. Also, that number had been increasing. 2018, 2019, they started to see a bit of a decrease in the total number of suicides in both the veteran and the non-veteran population. So a little bit of an anchor of hope there that we're starting to move in the right direction. It's the 10th leading cause of death. As I mentioned, I have my own personal experience with suicide. I'm going to assume many of you in this room have had your own personal connections to suicide. One suicide affects a lot of people, not just the immediate family, the close friends, but the community around them, their coworkers, their neighbors. And the cost of suicide for one suicide is tremendous to this country in terms of lost productivity and what that means in your workplace. Looking at the rate of suicide, that light blue line on top is looking at veterans. So we know the suicide rate is about 1.5 times in the veteran community than it is in the non-veteran community. But again, an anchor of hope is that it has started to decrease slightly in the 2019 data. And it's important when we talk about suicide that we talk about not just, many people ask, why do people die by suicide? We know that there's no, is it okay if I sit down? I hope you don't mind. I'm more comfortable sitting. I feel like it's probably getting used to doing so many of these on Zoom that I sit so much now. I need a little camera to look into. We know that when we talk about why people die by suicide, there's not one single cause. It's part of what makes preventing suicide so challenging, right? What drives me to a point of crisis is going to be different than what drives anyone else in this room. How we die by suicide, though, is important. That's a little bit more of a finite factor in this. And we know among veterans, the use of firearms in suicides is high. For both men and women, it is 60, I don't have the total number up here, but it's nearly 70%. For men, it's 70%. For women, it is, for female veterans, it's almost 50%. And that number has been increasing. So what we know about how people die by suicide, when a firearm is used in a suicide attempt, it's fatal about 90% of the time. All other methods combined are fatal only about 5% of the time. The other piece that's important when talking about how people choose to attempt suicide is that we know that most suicidal crises are brief. That for most people, that from the moment they decide they want to die to the moment they try and act on it is less than an hour. So that leads us to this notion of, well, if during that crisis it's hard for me to act on that impulse, then maybe I'll live long enough that my will to live will kick back in. Tom Joyner is a psychologist who does a lot of studies on suicide. He's given some fascinating talks. You can actually see some of them online. He's done a study trying to capture the moment after a suicide attempt and looking and interviewing people who've survived suicide attempts. And those individuals talk about engaging in the act, beginning to engage in the act, and then realizing they want to live. That will to live didn't, right? They were able to act on their impulse, but in the moment they made that decision, they realized they wanted to live, but they were already going through with the process. Kevin Hines is someone who survived jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge, talks about the moment he jumped is the moment he realized he didn't want to die. And he talks about, had one of the barriers been up yet that they are starting to put up on bridges, right, that it would have caught him before he hit the water. He survived. Miraculously, he survived. And he's made it his life's mission to talk about his experience and go around and communicate it. So how do we help others get through that suicidal crisis? So there are lots of treatment options. There's a lot of things that help around sort of getting through someone through that emotional crisis and addressing those things. But there's the practicality of making it physically hard for someone to act on that. And we're not talking, when it comes to guns, we're not talking about taking away people's guns, but we're talking about communicating around how to keep guns safe, right? Keep them locked, keep the ammunition stored someplace else, so don't lock them loaded. Give the key, if you're putting in a cable lock, give the key to somebody you trust. Just so that in that moment of crisis, you know that it's going to take some work. It's going to slow you down and hopefully slow you down long enough that you'll survive. And there's some examples up here, some pictures of other than for medication lock boxes. The VAs, we give away cable locks for free. I've been at the VA now for almost 3 years, and people are actually now finally starting to ask for them. So it's great that we have them. We want to distribute them. And I know in New Jersey, the VA police, we try and keep them with a supply of gun locks. So we're talking about things that we can do to prevent suicide. We know it's preventable. There's a lot of misinformation, so I want to quickly go through some of the myths. I think probably many of you have heard this before, and some of this has been addressed already, so I'm going to go through just really quickly. Oh, this is, I think, this is a PDF version of the PowerPoint. So, right, people who talk about suicide are just seeking attention. So this is a myth. We want to take all statements around suicide seriously, because you never know when someone is joking. I think one of the things that I learned as a professional behavioral health clinician is that even with all my training and all my experience, I can't predict when someone starts talking to me about feeling hopeless or wanting to die if they're going to act on that now or tomorrow or the next day. I don't have those tools just yet. But I can listen, right? And I can take what they're saying seriously. So here's another myth. Asking about suicide may lead to someone taking his or her own life. So talking about suicide, asking someone directly if they're having thoughts of suicide or if they want to kill themselves isn't going to put the idea in their head. More likely, it's going to give them the opportunity to talk about it. Maybe begrudgingly, maybe they're not ready for a full-on conversation, but maybe they are. But we don't know until we ask. So the only one who can really help someone is a mental health therapist. This is a really big myth. In my experience, is that sometimes the most important person is the one who actually just stops and listens, whoever that is. I worked in, as I mentioned, I've worked in behavioral health, and I worked in a place where one of the most effective people at calming someone down in a crisis in the program I was in was our director of facilities. No training in mental health counseling. But I saw him time and time again when someone in the waiting area was beginning to get upset, was starting to experience a crisis. He just had a way about him of just asking, are you okay? Can I get you anything? Can I help you? And he would calm people down. The trained clinician sometimes struggled to do that. There were times when I struggled to do that, and he would be in the room with me, and he'd just start talking, and somehow he'd be the voice that that person was listening to. So it doesn't really take a trained clinician to be able to, to talk to someone, to look them in the eye and let them know you're there and that you care. Really, most of us, when we're at that point where we need someone to listen, if someone stopped and says, how are you really okay? We're going to take the moment to talk to them. Then finally, most suicides happen without warning. Again, this is a myth. It can often feel that way. I certainly know I felt that way when my cousin died. But there are signs. There are things we can look for in order to be able to recognize someone who might be in crisis and respond when we need to. So let's talk about the steps of SAVE. So SAVE is an acronym. It is going to help you remember these things should you get a sense that maybe somebody you're around, someone in your workplace, a colleague or a friend might need some help. So S stands for signs. What are those signs? What are those warning signs to look for? How do you know someone might be suicidal? A stands for ask. Ask the question, ask directly. V stands for validating the veteran's experience. This is a key step. And then E, encourage and expedite getting help. All right, so let's talk about the signs. These are not all the signs, right? But what you're listening for or looking for, just to highlight a few on here, is that sense of hopelessness. And most people aren't going to come up to you and say, I'm feeling hopeless today. They're going to say or they're going to do things that give that sense that they feel trapped, right? So they may say something like, can't take it anymore. There's no point. Why do I bother? They may say it in different ways a few times. They may look despondent. You may see a change, right, in someone's mood and behavior. If someone experiencing a lot of anxiety, feeling sleepless, having big mood swings, that loss of purpose, feeling like they're disconnected. So we talked about that transition out of military life and into civilian life, and that challenge around sort of finding that mission, finding that purpose again. When we talk about older adults, we think about a loss of a career identity, it could be, retiring. So this is where I'm going to talk for a second about my own dad, who served in the Air Force in Vietnam. Won't talk about it, never talked to me about it. It was years before I even knew he was a veteran. During the pandemic, he really struggled. And so he would not only not talk about his service, but he generally is the kind of person who doesn't talk about if he's having a crappy day. He's very stoic. We all kind of take a deep breath and move on and get through our days. It actually took one of his colleagues at work to call me and say, something's going on with your dad. That's how I learned that my dad was struggling and was depressed and was drinking and having thoughts of suicide. At that point, he was recognizing his career was coming to an end. He's a doctor, still identifies as a doctor, and he planned to do that until he died. That was his plan. COVID hit, and he couldn't go into the office anymore. His younger partner was saying, don't come in, right? You're high risk. I'll take care of this. One of the worst things probably for him was experiencing that. Started drinking, ended up in the hospital because he fell on his face. And his partner called and said, he's not listening to me, he's not hearing things. When he was in the office, the nurses are saying, he has to ask for things to be repeated over and over again. So he was depressed, and I didn't think, going into this and being an expert in suicide prevention, that I would have to use these skills on my own father, that I'd have to broach this subject with him. It's not the way I thought our relationship would work. But it did, and I'm forever thankful to his colleague at work who actually had the courage to speak up and reach out and get him help and let the rest of his family know that he was struggling. These are some of the other signs: increasing alcohol or drug use, and feeling like a burden. So let's talk about just briefly some of the risk and protective factors, right? So the signs are things that you could see changing day to day. Risk factors, again, we all don't have all these risk factors. It's a combination, and these change over time. But prior history of suicide, current experiencing homelessness or unemployment. We talked about the importance of reducing homelessness or getting rid of it altogether, if we could do that. Protective factors are those things, they're going to help us in those times of crisis. They're going to be a buffer to us. So what are some of those protective factors? It's important to know that the presence of protective factors are helpful, but not necessarily enough when someone is having a suicidal impulse. It can override that will to live. But it's important that we know what those protective factors are, for no one else than for ourselves, right? Who are the people we turn to? And you see employment is one of the key protective factors. It certainly can be a stress factor for a lot of us, but it is also a protective factor. Okay, and then finally, someone is outright talking about wanting to die, looking for ways to die, that is that immediate call to the police, to 911, of getting someone to a hospital, making sure they get quick access to help. So you see these signs, and then, right, ask the question. Are you having thoughts of suicide? Do you want to kill yourself? Again, you don't need to try and sound like a clinician. It's a really hard question to ask. If you've had to ask it, it can feel really awkward. But the best way to do it is to try and be as natural as you can about it. I think the more we talk about suicide, the more we get comfortable asking others if they're suicidal, the easier the question is. It's not such a taboo subject. And I think that's part of our hesitation, is that this is just not something we talk about. Try not to ask it like you don't want to hear the answer. Like, you're not thinking of killing yourself, are you? And then if you see the signs, ask as quickly as possible. Don't wait for someone to be walking away from you. I know we're going to have a Q&A later, so I'll leave the questions for now. And then so we get to V, right? Validate the veteran's experience. Again, this is, I think, probably one of the most important letters in this acronym to think about. When we talk about validating someone, we're letting them know, I hear what you're telling me, and it's okay. It's okay that you feel this way, and I'm here to support you. Right? We don't want to argue. We don't want to pass judgment about what they're experiencing. We want to encourage the person to feel as comfortable as possible talking about it. If someone is willing to acknowledge they're feeling suicidal, that is an extremely brave thing to do. That is a level of vulnerability and courage that a lot of us struggle to attain. So we want to make sure we are able to be present and listen in that moment. And just some things to think about when you are trying actively to validate the person, right? You want to say things, most of us want to say something that's supportive and encouraging and hopeful, but we want to be a little careful about it. Saying something like, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Well, I think at heart what we're trying to do is send a message of like, you can get through this. We might inadvertently send a message of, your problems are not that bad. It's not that bad. We want to try and avoid that. So just think a little bit about how you deliver the message and try and sort of encourage someone to keep talking and let them know it's okay. So being calm, this is not the time to give advice, right? To tell someone how to fix whatever is going on. Most of us don't want that when we're sharing these thoughts and feelings. Again, we don't want to be argumentative. We want to watch our body language, try and be as open as possible, as calm as possible. At the end of the day, what matters most is someone feeling that you are listening, right? Someone I was on a call the other day talked about the 80-20 rule applies in this situation. Listen at least 80% of the time and talk only 20% of the time. If you're the one doing all the talking, you need to stop and pull back a little bit. If you're on the phone with someone who is suicidal, right, we want to keep them on the phone. We want to connect them to the Veterans Crisis Line. You can conference them in. It's important to know where somebody is, so think about this. We get back to sort of the first aid or the medical connection. You know, if someone's having a heart attack, the first thing is, well, where are you? How can I get help to you? It's the same thing in this. We want to know where somebody is. Is there somebody around who can help them? Are they at work? Are they at home? Are they in the car? Are they in a parking lot at Home Depot? How do I get help to you? Texting. So more and more people are comfortable with texting. Younger people prefer texting. My children do not pick up the phone and call people. They text them only. They text me from upstairs in their bedroom. They won't even come out the door and talk to me. They text me messages. So when we talk about addressing suicidal thoughts, texting is not uncommon. We have a crisis text line. The Veterans Crisis Line has a texting option, and they will communicate through that way. It's okay to ask someone directly if they're suicidal, over a text. But a couple of tips. I'm face to face with you, and if I sit here like this and I nod and listen, it's supporting you, it's letting you know I'm listening. I can't do that when we're having a text conversation, right? No one can see us. So we need to just sort of send messages to say, I'm still here, right? I hear what you're telling me. It's okay to let me know more. Do you want to talk? And watch your tone, right? Like texting, email, these things don't have tone, so we just want to make sure that we don't sound too flippant or we don't sound judgmental, that we just make sure that we don't sound, maybe being too serious in some situations, is depending on the friend you might be talking to or texting with. So just take a moment to think about how your message might be received before you send the text, but don't take too long. Make sure you send the text. Okay. And finally, E, encourage getting help, right? We don't want to leave the person's side. We want to stick with them, keep them on the phone, keep texting them. We don't keep it a secret. We're talking about possibly life and death here. And we don't keep these things secret. And it's okay to let somebody know that. We're going to help them get help. If the person is in a suicidal crisis, right, we might want to call the Veterans Crisis Line or 911 for immediate access to help. If someone tells you, I've already overdosed, or I've cut myself, or I have the gun loaded in my hands right now, right? That's an immediate call to 911. If you're there with them in person, right, getting yourself to safety, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess for a lot of folks in this room. I know we have one first responder in this room, right? It's a little bit of a different, maybe you were trained to jump into action. But if it's not your role then, make sure that you're safe, that you're okay first. Okay, so just a brief review of what to do, right? Do validate their experience, listen, be supportive, stay with the person, and encourage and get help. Don't agree to keep it secret. Don't dare the person to go through with it. Don't use guilt or threats to try and prevent suicide. All right, so can I just get a time check? Okay, so I just want to mention a few resources that many of you are probably aware of. We have, the VA has inpatient, outpatient mental health services. There are vet centers throughout New Jersey. Whole health is, if you're not familiar with the whole health services, the VA is moving towards a more holistic approach to healthcare, and our work around suicide prevention, pain management, it's all being sort of integrated into this whole health approach, where the veteran is really sort of to be the driver. They're the experts in their own care. But what comes along with it, as well as some of what we call integrative care options, or non-traditional approaches to healthcare, like yoga and acupuncture, acupressure, meditation. And New Jersey has a lot of these resources. Some are in person now, some are actually being offered online, so it's quite accessible. The 877-488-VET is an important number to know. And as the chief was talking about, we have PTSD services throughout the New Jersey, the VA system of care, residential and outpatient specialties. Immediate resources that you could take home. James' app, I think, is a great idea. It's actually integrating one of the key principles when we talk about safety planning, which is that I love the idea of that button to just who do you call when you need to reach someone, and how can we make that really easy? So these are a few of the apps that are free and available. They're available on the App Store, on Android. There are a lot more. If you Google VA smartphone apps, there's a long list. The PTSD Coach app actually has a safety plan, which is a tool we use that anyone can use to identify coping strategies and ways to keep us safe through a suicidal crisis. LGBTQ+ resources, the VA is making a big push to make the VA more supportive and more welcoming to our LGBTQ plus veterans. I should have asked the Wilmington VA's coordinators. I'm sorry, this is my slide deck, so I didn't put them in there. But we have two for the VA New Jersey, Joe Vernick and Dan Blumenfield. This is my contact. I know this is going too fast, so hopefully this will get sent out to all of you. But we have our suicide prevention coordinators on the slide deck. And I think in terms of resources, I think that was all I wanted to go through. These are important numbers to know, and that would be the end of it. So thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's interesting. The SAVE training is something we all have to do as VA employees, but it's not something that necessarily the civilian population will be doing outside the VA. And I did say civilian population. You did hear that come out of my mouth. And I would like to blame Pat Carney for that, being the civilian myself. So just so anybody here, you know, we talked about it, you can have these slides. Patrick's going to make sure that we have all your email addresses, and you'll be able to get that slide from Bradley, from Mr. Jacobs, which is odd. As I was sitting listening to you talk, sir, because it was the first time that we've had you at one of these, you know, our former suicide prevention coordinator at Wilmington VA Medical Center is Matt Jacobs. And Matt has always had a very soothing tone about him, as you were talking about the tone in which you speak to people and that calming sense nature. I firmly believe you two are related and you've just never known it. It's a tribal trait. It's a tribal, okay, it's a Jacobs thing, apparently. Okay. Thank you. Thank you again very much. Next up, somebody wonderful that's sitting in the audience right now who was one of our colleagues at the Wilmington VA Medical Center for quite some time. She was our substance use disorder person. She was our go-to person. She has left us. She is now the Director of Psychological Health with the 177th Fighter Wing, the New Jersey Air National Guard. We miss her, but we still lean on her. She's doing some amazing work with those that are our veterans of tomorrow, the ones that are our soldiers of today. So we really appreciate Jen taking time to be here today with us to offer you some information on military and family readiness, which is a core part of what she does. I will just add to this. Making sure that our veterans who return from a combat tour and connecting with VA can be the start of something that connects to other services down the road. And if we get in front of connecting all those dots, maybe we will see the numbers of suicide start to decrease in a more rapid pace. It's losing grip, it's that isolation, it's those things that are missing and plugging those gaps. And if we can fill that right from Jump Street, right when they are in the military before they get out, which is one of Jen's prime things, we can make sure and maybe get in front of issues or things that could come up with employment or housing. Recently, there was the return of the 177th Air Wing from Afghanistan. And through the work of many, they were able to make sure that our team was implemented when they came home. Pat Carney, David Brimmer, he's here, they're here somewhere. We were present when they came in and they all filled out an enrollment form for the VA because they were all eligible for 5 free years of VA healthcare to start to connect those dots. That is critically important. Their DD-214s weren't even ready, but those enrollment forms were filled out and ready to go. So we were in front of something for the first time, and it was a really great feeling to feel. So without further ado, the one who helped to get that all started, Mrs. Jennifer Baldwin.
Ticket, got it. Hi, everybody. So I have lots of pictures involved in my slides, and I will be very upfront and say that they're all relative to my people. As you can see, our jets, we actually today, they just returned from a TDY in Key West. So, luckies. I had the option to go. Unfortunately, I was supposed to have surgery. That was postponed, so no Key West for me. So, green one, maybe? Got it. There we go. All right. So, Air National Guard. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure you've probably seen our jets. They're pretty old. They're older than most of our airmen who are working on them. They still fly. They still work. We have a unique and responsible mission that's a dual mission. So we report not just to the governor, but also at the discretion of the president. We have lots of responsibilities. This is actually just a brief so you can see just some of the things that we've done in the last year. We set up Meadowlands with the Army National Guard, preparing for the onslaught of COVID responses for the local hospitals up in northern New Jersey. We also responded to the January 6th insurrection down in DC, and many of our members stayed down there for about 90 days. We deployed to Afghanistan. We were the last fighter wing in Afghanistan airspace. We were the ones going in and not knowing we were turning out the lights. And we also set up Atlantic City, their COVID response team there. So we do a lot in just a year's time. I am one of 113 directors of psychological health within the Air National Guard. I work specifically with the NGB Surgeon General's office down there in Langley. And we have over 54 units across the world that we respond to. Jackie said some kind words about me. So yes, I did work for the VA. I am very proud of my time there. And I can honestly say the reason why I left wasn't because of anything bureaucracy or a failing system or anything that anybody could think of that's kind of in the negative to get out. But it simply was I worked with individuals who, on average, about 6 to 10 years from the time that they had a event or a situation that created situational issues for them that progressed into potential diagnoses, that I started seeing them. I had a problem with that, because to me, I want to know where it starts, right? I'm a preventionist clinically. I look at the beginning, and I want to know how we can fix this. So what better way than actually being right there embedded with my family there at the 177th. As you can see, these are our lovely faces of many of our individuals who came back from their deployment. It was supposed to be a short deployment. It turned into a 4.5-month deployment. And then, as everybody knows, everything erupted in Afghanistan. So, speaking of family members, one of the things that many people, and for those who aren't aware or have never had the opportunity to deploy, pre-deployment is by far one of the most anxiety-driven experiences, because for many individuals, specifically with our unit, this was the first time that we had a large amount of individuals, young airmen, deploying for a first time to a combat zone. More than a third of our deploying troops had never deployed before, had only been operationally prepared. We're a fighter wing. We drop bombs. That's our job. Having 19-year-olds to 25-year-olds for the first time actually look at paperwork on their what to do with my remains, or signing documents so that their parents can be the power of their attorney so that they can pay their bills while they're gone. This was a true comeuppance and an immediate response of, I have to grow up really quickly and face the reality that this is something significant. And for family members who never experienced having someone deploy, asking questions and not knowing you're getting answers, because we're not an active duty base. We're kind of unique, kind of I refer to as a hybrid base. We have a lot of responsibilities. You guys, if you hear our jets, make a lot of noise, and they like to do so. We have a lot of new pilots. There's a whole presence that we don't have available within the National Guard that an active duty component does. So we take on a lot of roles and responsibilities, a lot of different taskings. Being able to talk to family members, my responsibility, yes. A lot of our other helper agencies on base, whether it's our JAG or our family or our Force Support Squadron, which deals with issues related to DEERS, right? So putting people in the system, making sure that they're getting access to TRICARE while they're getting ready to be activated and be deployed. Title 10 orders as opposed to Title 32. For individuals who are really struggling with trying to figure things out, and I'll give an example. I know of an airman who, going through the PDF line, collected all their stuff, had no problem, newly married, gets ready to deploy, everything's packed up, got his bag all set and ready to go. Wife looks at him and is like, well, where's the paperwork for your orders? And he's like, in my bag. She's like, wait, what? Like, yeah, the red folder is supposed to stay home. In one ear, out the other, because they're thinking mission, right? They're thinking, okay, this is where I'm going, this is what I'm doing. Like, I know I'm following bodies up and inside this airplane to get ready to leave. But their family members, whether it's parents, spouse, siblings, whoever it is, the roommate, is still trying to figure out how to deal with this person being gone and knowing that they're going to a place that potentially could be life-altering in many ways. There's one of our crews. So this is our phase crew over in Afghanistan at a base that doesn't exist anymore, literally. And they're in the main hangar, hanging out with one of the jets. Everyone always jokes around the Air Force has the best, right? As far as like what resources and accessories, whether it's staying in hotels or having, we're not in tents. Yeah, that didn't happen, right? Like I said, this deployment was anything but comfortable. We didn't know what we were going into going over there. Family members didn't know. This was the first time that our unit had the opportunity, and I, with my program manager, my airman and family program manager, Jeannie Perry, retired chief, created a Google Meet for our family members. Because with COVID, and we were at Charlie status for a lot of it, we couldn't have people on base that didn't need to be on base, right? So we weren't allowed to have face-to-face support for our family members like we normally have had in the past. We had lots of different events and things taking place, families to come together, provide support to each other. Couldn't do it. So we did what we could do best. Reached out virtually. We had weekly support for the entire time from the beginning of the deployment all the way throughout. And I can tell you, and I can assure you, the feedback coming back to us in regards to that was probably the best support that they had at the moment, because at the time they had lots of questions that were unanswered leading up to it from the pre-deployment phase, not knowing, not being sure of what was going to be happening, hearing different things, whispers on the wind in regards to what was going on and what we were capable and allowed to be talking about, because that's another issue too, right? Things we can talk about now, but we couldn't talk about then. Referring to the sandbox and the hot box, we were talking about the places because we couldn't say where people actually were. And realizing that our members themselves were also going through it, because there were many times Wi-Fi would go down, right? Deployments today are much different than deployments from years ago. If you deployed back in the early 2000s, it was like trying to get a Wi-Fi signal, uncertain. Today, everybody's got a Wi-Fi signal. It's just easily accessible. Like you pick up the phone, you send a quick text, WhatsApp, everybody's got it, right? For family members trying to struggle and understand what it was, especially first-time families, trying to know how they can, what they can do. We had over 700 pounds of items donated and sent over to Afghanistan for our unit members. 700 pounds, thanks to families and friends, local support, agencies, things that, for anybody who's ever been to Bagram, it's a city, it was a city. First-time deployers showing up there, and there's less than 5,000 people on the base. When Early 2000s, it was 200,000 people. Knowing that they were pulled into situations and responsible for breaking things down, putting things out of any possibility of being used, whether it's being burned, because everything gets burned, or whether or not it was getting packed up and sent home. That's what our job was, on top of air support and use of force as far as showing up. The joy of him coming home. The week before, we knew they were coming back. The stress level was like so intense. Whether you were a family member, spouse, one of our wing leadership, and not knowing, it was constantly changing because things were changing so rapidly. We had a date, they were supposed to come back, that was delayed. We had another date, possibility, that was delayed. We ended up having a jet break down, then we had to have a force go out with the jet. The jet didn't get fixed for another 2 months. People were delayed. Part of coming back and reunifying and coming home, the honeymoon is amazing, right? Never long enough. It's like, yes, so excited you're home. Go back. There's too much. Reintegrating new routines, trying to capture back things that have happened. And I can be honest with you, even on this deployment, we had Dear John and Dear Jane letters. It's hard. Trying to help individuals who had previously deployed, same space, different time, and them now struggling with coming back and realizing like this was not anywhere near like my last deployment. Like I was here in 07, it was amazing. We got Taco Bell, we ran over Burger King, we had all kinds of things, the USO had parties. We had nothing. And those of our members who split and ended up going to Al Dafra, who in the middle of the Delta breakout were quarantined, staying in a camp. Many of them related it to being like an internment camp in a sense, barbed wire, keeping you away from those that were non-affected. And not having jets to do anything, so looking for things to do, working in the PAX terminal, trying to find ways of dealing with the stress of being away from family members, trying to talk to family members from my office. And I'm a one-shop person, right? I am the licensed clinical social worker there on base. I am the mental health provider for the unit. Having conversations with family members who are stressed out because they can't get in touch with their loved one, because their loved one is quarantined and has no access to Wi-Fi because they're in the middle of the base. And not until the middle of the night. And it's also 8.5 hours difference. There's serious things that come back. And when they reintegrate back, trying to adjust, trying to deal with these new kind of situations and experiences, because they're not the same. No one's ever the same, whether or not it's just a normal deployment or something that's really intense. Let's talk about the risks. And I purposely left off the terminology post-traumatic stress disorder. Because like earlier, yes, clinically there are specific symptoms that we're looking for a diagnosis, and there's a reason for that diagnosis. Part of it is realizing that not everybody who experiences trauma, whether big T trauma, little t trauma, ends up having post-traumatic stress disorder. There's acute stress disorder, which is short-term. There's other serious mental illnesses that come from it, right? Substance use, a big part of dealing or not dealing with the stress related to their experiences. So if we can talk about just the difference between a combat versus operational. One of the things that we look at specifically when it comes to the difference between knowing whether someone has post-traumatic stress, obviously is beyond a 6-month point of experiencing those symptoms, but the other one is whether or not they were in harm's way or thought they were in harm's way. I don't know anyone who does operational training who doesn't think they're going to be put in harm's way. It's part of the job, right? The sacrifice that you know you might possibly make by not coming back, and that your family will have to bear that. Living in that kind of heightened state and recognizing the possibilities that come with it is increasingly stress-filled. I have insomnia here. This also goes for hypersomnolence, so too much sleep. Part of that is realizing that anybody, right, y'all know this, the military does an amazing job with teaching you to fall asleep wherever and whenever you can. That doesn't translate to coming home. One of the bigger issues that a lot of my members faced and their families asked questions about was their sleep. Granted, shift work makes a change, right? So we had 24-hour shifts in Afghanistan for a period of time. Not knowing whether or not they're getting enough sleep or getting too much sleep, or they're not getting out of bed. Trying to adjust and try to create a new sleep pattern after coming back from someplace where the CRAMs are down. And there might possibly be, at any moment, individuals coming into the base to cause harm to you and whatever belongings are around. You're walking around fully armed, prepared for anything. Of course you're not going to be able to sleep. The relationship risks, like I said earlier about the Dear John and the Dear Jane letters. Knowing and understanding that part of being human is having connections to others, right? When I talk to my members, I kind of refer, like we're big animals, right? We're big herd animals. We need each other. Whether or not we like each other, it's a whole different topic, but we need each other. We need to be around one another. We need to regulate, that's co-regulation. When you're apart from someone who you have a relationship with, it's difficult to, when you come back together, to build that relationship from where you left off, because things have changed. There's differences. There might be resentments on both sides. You don't know what I went through. Yeah, you don't know what I went through either. Part of it is learning to work together to rebuild the relationship, right? And learning how to work to understand each other's experiences. That doesn't mean that you are fully invested and supported in whatever their experiences were, but just recognizing and ultimately knowing, I understand there was something that happened, both sides. And that it's different. We're different. But we can be better. I have seen in the last 2 years an increase of relationship. COVID didn't help, right? Being stuck with each other in a home, trying to have, communication that's open, but yet still trying to keep some secrets to yourself, because that's just what we do. You don't share everything, and you don't have to. But recognizing that now, in a situation where, for my unit members, leaving, going on the other side of the world to deal with unknowns, and recognizing that media didn't help because all kinds of things were put out there. So families had lots of questions that we couldn't really answer. We weren't allowed to. We could just hear them out and offer as much support as possible. So if you as an employer are wondering what it is that someone might be experiencing, and recognizing that the stress that they have, we talk about combat, right, briefly, and knowing that combat stress reaction is real. So everybody drives, right, or has driven. You've all probably been in a situation where all of a sudden someone in front of you slams on the brake. What's the first thing you do? Grab steering wheel, press the brake yourself. Your heart literally jumps up into your throat, stomach bottoms out. And as you're white knuckling the steering wheel and you're slamming that brake on, hoping that you don't hit the person in front of you and that no one hits you behind you, yeah, hello. That right there, your sympathetic nervous system just kicked in. It woke everything up. Imagine having that for a prolonged period of time. You're in a situation, you're in a space, you're someplace foreign to you. Whether or not you're operationally trained, nobody trained you until you're there, till you're fully invested in that space and experiencing it. Having to live through that heightened state of chronic arousal, and realizing that when you're talking to your phone, you're on your phone with your family member, and all of a sudden they hear gunfire in the background, and you say, "Are you okay? I gotta go. All right, bye," and that's it. And then for days, you don't hear anything, and you wonder, what happened? How can I get in touch with them? I'm looking on Facebook, I'm on social media, I'm checking WhatsApp, I'm looking at every news channel. I don't know anything. You're also going through it. There's no easy direction with this. Part of it is, as we've talked, many have said, talking about it, coming home, discussing it, to the best that you can, whether it's with a peer or a therapist, or even just a family member. Sometimes it's just being able to listen, be those big ears that they need at the time. So, the good and the bad questions. And this more or less goes to people who work with individuals who have family members who serve. And I can honestly tell you, this slide and the next one are actual questions that have been asked. I would encourage you, if you're curious and you want to know more, whether or not you have your own experience and your own story to tell, and you want to be able to reach out and offer, I would just be gentle as much as you can. And instead of looking at it from the curiosity and possible exploitation of just knowing more or wanting to know more, from the caring and concerned wanting to help, and that be the preface. Because these questions, the ugly ones, never, ever ask them. That's the last jet leaving Afghanistan. It's so hard for me to listen to one of my uniform members ask me questions and say, how can they ask these? Why? What is it that they think it's okay to say this to me? For a family member, it's even worse. Because the response is, I have to defend my person. I want to protect them. I want to offer them the best support I can. So if you, as an employer, are concerned and want to know more, please recognize that there are some questions that never, ever should be asked. So transition. We have not been able to work this out perfectly yet. Every transition is different and unique. Every person leaving their military career behind and moving into the civilian sector offers an amazing amount of talent and resources and skills. Like, I have 19-year-olds working on $16 million jets. A 19-year-old. And they're trusted to be signing off and saying, this jet's ready to fly. And yet, by the time their career is over and they're ready to move on, trying to find that kind of opportunity where they have that kind of high level of commitment and training is limited. I get in an argument with my brother-in-law. He's a Navy vet. He's also a captain of the fire department. We have conversations back and forth about the piece of paper that's required to prove that you know something. I'm like, well, that's a 214 to me. Again, I do this for a living. I work with individuals who do this, so it's important. If you as an employer want to know more or work better or work harder to help individuals transition, there are great resources that are out there. The VA has transition care teams. Amazing Jen Garcia up there in New Jersey. Woohoo, go Jen. For us, who are the civilians on the outside seeing someone, and oftentimes I've had many individuals, especially younger members, who will say, don't tell me thank you for my service. And I've come up with a response that I think is very appropriate, and I hope this helps to understand when someone who may not have had experience or has had experience serving says to another person who has served in the uniform or is present in a uniform, Thank you for your service. It's not just you that's being thanked. It's every single person who has ever worn a uniform like you are. So that goes beyond just you. You're just representing all those others that they can't thank. Those that never made it back, those who are still struggling to make it back, and those who are still working on being a part of a military organization. There is also a program within the Psychological Centers of Excellence, which is a DoD contractor that offers a transition care services. Also pretty amazing what they can offer to help individuals with that transition out, because it is something for a person to be leaving the support, especially on an active duty environment where everything is pretty much done for you. They just got told you to go to this place and then go to that place, get this signature, do that, do this, sit for this training, you're on, roll on. You're getting out, like you're done. And it's like you walk out the door and you're like, I don't put a uniform on again. Like, I'm done. Because there's other ways people leave their uniform, right? So you have those at ETS, those that retire, those that medically retire, those that might even administratively leave. Knowing that someone who served and brought into your workspace the possibility and the level of intensity that they can bring. Dave was talking about all the things that someone who's worn the uniform provides to any employer. I can assure you, it's amazing. The things that they have, military bearing never leaves, right? Chain of command, always followed. In the civilian world, we don't really have that. Someone who's been in the military, we do within law enforcement, but even there, it's not quite the same. But still, for someone who's transitioning and moving on, recognizing the opportunities that they may have and offering them that mentorship to grow beyond themselves, I think that becomes like their next force to deal with, and making sure that they feel that their value is there, not just for having had the uniform on, but for all the things that they did while they served. Suicide prevention is everyone's business. 40,000 Americans die every year. Over 40,000 Americans die every year. It's not just the military. It's not just veterans. So if you are an employer who has either yourself, know someone who's served, or have someone in your family, or are employing spouses, parents, siblings, relatives of someone who served, recognizing that the steps to take to help prevent, because the truth of the matter is mental health is health. If your mental health is not well, your physical health will suffer. Being able to realize how we can kind of encourage others to connect to one another, knowing that you don't need specialized training. We call it ACE in the Air Force. Anybody Air Force here? ACE? Ask Care Escort. We do it every year. We've been training our airmen since 2014 on suicide prevention. ACE has been involved longer before that. We talk about asking. We talk about showing care and concern. We talk about escort. There's no reason why that can't go and translate into the civilian sector for any employer. Being genuine, showing care and concern, by far is probably the biggest thing you can do. A gentle ear, just the standby support. You don't have to try to fix it. It's not necessarily your responsibility nor your job. If you have someone who's struggling, whether it's a family member or a person who's been in the military or is in the military as a citizen airman or citizen soldier, sometimes just being that gentle support they need by that person standing by. Remember I said about big animals, herd. Sometimes just being present with them is enough to help them, again, regulate, feel that they're being valued, feel like they're being heard. That's our responsibility. And as we get ready for lunch, I'm going to leave you with one last thing. What's your reason? This is my son. He was a first-time deployer for Afghanistan. He's a crew chief. He's been in since 17, operationally prepared, ready to roll. Did the Tillman. Did the last Tillman. In his full combat gear. Didn't wear his helmet. It's too hot. I treat every single one of my unit members and their family members as if they're my family. My Jersey Devils are my family. They're my reason. I want to know what yours are. So as we go to lunch, tell me your reason. What is your reason for being here today? I think that by far allows for the opportunity for us to know and recognize and realize that this is more than just an opportunity for us to help reach out to individuals who have served and are veterans, but to realize that there is too potential great things, amazing steps that we've all taken to help individuals, whether it's to getting the care and help that they need, whether it's to help them understand that they are not their symptoms, that they are not their experiences, that their experiences are helping to make them who they are, that they get to choose the direction of their course of their life, and that their families have the support that's there for them too. So I appreciate, thank you. Enjoy lunch.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We are going to break now for lunch. 12:30, we'll be back in here in the room. So thank you all for being here for the first half, and we look forward to having you back after lunch. Enjoy. Hello? Look at you rush into your seat like you're in trouble. You're not in trouble. It's okay. All right, I don't see any of the Legion riders either. Oh, did they? Did they roll? Okay. Pending storm and all, I understand. Okay, so we're going to get back to it. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Want to thank the Department of New Jersey VFW, Commander Letty Austin, CJ Green, outside Ken Hageman, and Carmine Anthony for bringing some really great food to all of us. So it was very kind of the VFW. Getting back into our speakers, and then after the speakers, we are going to have a Q&A, aka a panel. That's why you see the microphones up there. I did ask David Brimmer if there could be some sort of New Kids on the Block dance thing at some point. Yes, ma'am. Dave said yes. So everybody else, I hope you have time to rehearse in the lobby. We're going to have a conversation right now with Gathering Veterans in the Workplace. Mr. Richard DeRose from South Jersey Industries is kind enough to be here with us today. South Jersey Industries, South Jersey Gas is how we first started with our networking with David Vinrokov, who has recently, sad, he has decided to retire from that position. So he will be missed. But they have done an amazing job gathering a coalition, the CNA. What is the actual acronym?
Veteran Engagement.
But the CNA. There's a whole group of every conglomerate, every agency under the sun, from clinical to utility industry. I mean, it's just this giant wraparound service that can wrap around veterans and the community as well. But the veteran program is absolutely amazing. Mr. DeRose is the government affairs liaison to elected officials, so he is in the places that we need him to be when it comes to doing things to assist veterans. So I'd like to thank you for coming, and I will let you have, wait a minute, the microphone and the clicky thing.
All right.
Big green button.
Big green button.
You got it.
In the interest of time and snowstorm, I'll try to cut this a little short and a little entertaining. Like she said, my name's Rich DeRose. I'm with South Jersey Industries. Most people know us as either South Jersey Gas down south or Elizabethtown Gas up in the northwest. I'm a Jersey guy, Rutgers alum, New Jersey Guard alum, Iraq war vet, junior vice commander of the American Legion post down in Absecon, New Jersey, post 28. And I work for one of the larger utility companies in New Jersey, so Jersey through and through. You know, I wasn't gonna say this, but the presenter earlier at the end, she said the why. Why are we here? What are we doing? And I never really thought of it that way, and this isn't even a part of my presentation, but my why is 301. And anyone that went through basic training knows you don't have a name. And 301's roster number was my best friend in basic training. We graduated basic training, and for over 12 years, we stayed in contact, even though we were both in the Guard, different states. I deployed to Iraq. He stayed in contact with me the entire time. He deployed to Afghanistan. I did the same. He came home. He survived war. He didn't survive home. So that's my why. And that's part of the reason why I want to talk the talk, I want to walk the walk, and I want to be a part of organizations like this. And when I got to SJI, they had these things called employee resource groups. And the employee resource groups were awesome. Our CEO really likes to empower employees and all about diversity and inclusion. So I got to SJI. I was working with South Jersey Gas, which is the bottom blue, but we're all the way up in the northwest with Elizabethtown Gas as well. Let me tell you, meetings can be difficult sometimes. And I got involved with one of the employee resource groups, and that was the emerging leaders. It was young employees that are ambitious and want to do things. And I got really involved, driving employee engagement, fostering an inclusive and collaborative workforce, developing employees, broadening community partnerships, and attracting diverse talent to SJI. This is what these employee resources groups do. And I'm sitting there going, wow, I'm having so much fun with this. I'm dealing with so many different employees from the entire spectrum, from the lowest employee that just started to the CEO of the company. We're involved, we're active. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm looking at those bullet points. I'm like, what about veterans? We have an employee resource group for everything. And I'm like, diversity, inclusion. Veterans, we make up every race, every age, every sex, every religion, you name it. We are inherently diverse. So I reached out to HR myself and I said, hey, is there any ability for me to be able to create our own employee resource group? And they were like, it's a great idea, we'll get back to you. Didn't get back to me. Reached out again, and again, they were like, that's a really good idea, and even better news, we have a woman that's interested in doing the same thing. And I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm sitting here in my bubble going, I think I'm the only veteran at this company, because it's not something you usually talk about. You don't walk around and tell war stories in the boardroom. So that's where the normalizing the conversation part, and when Pat reached out to me to talk about that and bringing it to the corporate workforce, I realized that's the huge gap, is you have all these veterans, but they're not talking. And I laugh because when I started this veterans engagement team, the president of our current gas company, South Jersey Gas, said, hey, Rich, I had no idea you're a veteran. And I've been working with this guy for almost 3 years. And I was like, well, it was about 60 pounds ago, but so I don't really know what to tell you. Maybe it's my terrible shaving standards. I don't know. But, because it's just not something you talk about. And then all of a sudden it was, wow, I want to learn about your experiences. How can your experiences translate to our company? How can you be a benefit to our company? So we started the SJI Vets, the Veterans Engagement Team. Our mission statement's up there. I hate reading off of a PowerPoint, so I'll just tell you. Our goals were be an asset to the company, be an asset to each other, and then serve the veterans within our company and serve the veterans within our community. Asset to our company. Somebody earlier said, you have these young people, these people in all different positions and all different titles at the company, but when you have a veteran, it's not the same. It's not the same resume. You might have two men and women coming into the same role, both have the exact same resume, but what that other resume doesn't tell you is he or she managed millions of dollars of equipment. He or she managed other people, even though they're not a manager now. Previous life, they did. He or she is excellent under pressure. He or she knows exactly what to do and who to go to because they can think under pressure because they've been in those situations. And that's the thing a resume doesn't show you. So this employee engagement team, we wanted to show that asset to our company, that we are leaders. Just because we might not be people leaders in the company right now, we are leaders in our former life. Diversity, again, our company is all in on diversity and inclusion, and it's amazing how much it's empowered employees. Well, again, bringing veterans into one room, none of us look the same. I mean, just look around the room right now. Community engagement. How are we an asset to the company? Well, our company is all about customer service. They hammer it home to every employee, publicly, the external affairs team, the communications team. Well, now we're a veterans group within our company that's out there specifically helping the veterans in our community. So they're not just customers anymore, they're family. Because when a veteran is speaking to a fellow veteran, they're family. Assets to each other, and this is where normalizing the conversation comes into play. Relationships. We have a union workforce and non-union workforce. We have management, we have junior management, senior management, C-suite. Creating this communication, this group within a large corporation breaks all those barriers and creates true relationships. You're no longer just an employee to each other, you're family. You went through the same thing as a lot of these other folks have gone through. The biggest one, mental health. Everyone has stresses at work, whether you're a veteran or you're not a veteran. Our employee engagement team, one of the biggest #1 things we wanted to accomplish was we were a safe space for veterans. We wanted fellow veterans that are having a hard time at work, anything, to be able to come and talk to somebody else that's probably going through the same thing as they are. So that mental health aspect was super important to us. Personal growth. We took all of our veterans together, we created this group, and we empower each other. We learn from each other. And the personal growth that we've established helps back out to the asset to the company. because these employees now are able to help each other because we're spread throughout the whole company. We have over 1,000 employees. We're about 35, 40 people in our engagement team, but we're from every part of the company. We have operations, street crew, government affairs, vice presidents of the company. So we now have our own inner network throughout the entire company, which has allowed personal growth, but it's also been a huge asset to the company. And then mental health, going back to understanding. We as veterans have unique issues, and being able to share those unique issues at work has been one of the biggest weights off my shoulder personally, and I hear it every single day, and it's normalizing the conversation. I get stressed at work, everyone gets stressed at work. Sometimes there's triggers that a veteran, the chief mentioned about the zippers. You can now talk to somebody at work that understands. So speeding up, kind of making a difference, what we do. So we did the first ever, we partnered with HR, and again, our company, our CEO talks the talk. He was all in. So how could we change? How are we an asset to the company? We proposed a veteran-specific career fair. Well, our HR took off with it, and we held our first career fair just about a month or so ago, and it was open only to veterans and family members of veterans. Food drive for the Joint Base. We did a huge food drive, over, I think, 2,000 pounds of food delivered to the Joint Base. We've done Vets Haven South. Again, it's our commitment as employees to not only help customers, they're now part of our family because they're veterans, and we want to help that veteran community. Veterans Day awareness. That was another big thing about normalizing the conversation, taking the veterans conversation and bringing it to corporate America. Veterans Day, right or wrong, at the end of the day was more of a Happy Veterans Day to everybody, a tweet, Happy Veterans Day from our company thing. It's most companies in America do. Well, we wanted to change that. So one of the big things we did was we worked with our corporation, and now we put a face to Veterans Day. And our communications team highlights every veteran at the company throughout Veterans Month. And again, they've been all in, and it's really, really helped, bring people together, both veterans and non-veterans, because our organization's open, because the gentleman said it earlier today. It's open to veterans and non-veterans. We have non-veterans in our organization. They're just want to be there to support. He's pumping his fist back there. They just want to support veterans, because at the end of the day, normalizing the conversation is a step veteran to veteran. But having that civilian, having that person, your coworker, understand you, that's how we make leaps and bounds. That's how we bring that statistic down. That's how we save the next 301, is normalizing that conversation between your civilian employee and your veteran employee so that they both know there's help and how to get that help. Diversity podcast. Our HR department hosts a podcast every month on different types of things. They approached our veterans engagement team, and I could share that with you. It was quite entertaining, taking 3 veterans from different services and just recording our banter. We were actually one of the first big employee resource groups to start from scratch, and Montel Williams hosts a lifetime show, Operation Career Military Makeover, and they flew out to South Jersey and highlighted us on national television, and they just wanted to learn about how we brought veterans together. And so that's why when I heard about KOVA and normalizing the conversation, I'm like, wait, this is what I've been doing, and now there's a name to it. This is awesome. And then one of the biggest things we did to kind of bridge that barrier between the conversation of corporate America, bringing veterans together, and talking the talk was bringing a piece of military culture to corporate America. And what we did, and in order to do that, we created the SJI Challenge Coin. Everybody who's been in the military, served in the military, knows what a challenge coin is. Well, our vets group created our own, and we were like, this is a way for us to show civilians at our work recognition from a veteran and kind of teach them and bridge that gap of what military culture is. And during the pandemic, we're a bold group, one of the co-founders and I drove to our CEO's house and knocked on the door and delivered the first coin, and we gave it to our CEO for, keeping the employees engaged and morale up, because anybody that's been in the military knows it's all about morale. Our CEO did a really good job through the pandemic. So our vets engagement team chose to honor him first, and now it's taken off. We get employees reaching out, well, how do I get my coin? I'm like, that's not really how this works. I drive around, I got about like 400 of them in the back of my car. The thing weighs a ton, but it's become huge. And we could have never imagined that it was going to take off. But that little piece of metal has literally transformed the conversation of bridging the veterans at a company and corporate America. And that's probably what we're most proud of, because it's literally taken off. We have non-veteran managers that say, hey, I'd love a few of these. Can you give it to this employee? Can you give it to this employee? So it's really become something. And that little piece of metal bridged every gap you could think of, and it's really opened up a dialogue of learning about your coworker that's a veteran, understanding your coworker that's a veteran, and we've only just begun. So that's really us making an impact. I leave it with two things. Bridging that gap, engaging veterans within the workforce has such an impact that very few people see. But if we can save 1301, it makes all the difference. And I think the two biggest successes we've had wasn't the money we raised, wasn't the recognition from our CEO, wasn't the food that we got donated. It was a fellow vet within our vets group sent an email one morning because he lost one of his fellow veterans. And it just was, hey guys, I'm having a rough day. I just want to check in on all of you. Right there, that's the success. I mean, the guy used his company email address to fellow employees that he would have never even known were veterans, and he reached out because he wanted someone to talk to, and he wanted everybody to know he was okay, but he was checking in on everybody else. And then two, we normalized it so much, the conversation, it's okay to be a veteran, because like the first presenter said, there's a part of culture that sees veterans in very different ways. And one of the biggest fears I have found in a company trying to work your way up in corporate America is you don't want to be seen as weak. You don't want to, God forbid, somebody thinks you have a mental illness, things like that, and then you're a veteran, so, oh man, he might have PTSD. You don't want to make him angry. Well, what vets taught me was it was okay. I was normalizing the conversation. People were realizing that veterans have issues, but they can still be a top performer at a company. They could still be an awesome manager. They could still be an awesome person at home, because mental illness doesn't just, oh, I thought that was me. Mental illness, you could still live with it as long as you're working with people. And I sat down with a veteran who came to me and said, man, work is tough right now. And I'm like, I hear you, man. And we talked for a while. And afterwards, I was like, you know what? I've been talking the talk, but I'm not walking the walk. I have these problems too. So I spoke to a fellow veteran, fellow employee, and he's the one that after 12 years of me being back from Iraq, I started going to the vet center in Atlantic County. So shout out to the VA, Julie, one of the best therapists you'll ever meet. So the fact that I stepped up, the fact that a fellow veteran felt comfortable to speak to other employees, that's our success. Our success isn't what we do publicly. Our success is what we do helping each other. And I'll be available for questions afterwards.
Thank you so much. Okay. Our next presenter, gathering veterans outside the workplace, although he's always gathering them inside the workplace. So that's kind of an odd statement. Apparently, Ryan Lutzerma is gathering veterans everywhere. Ryan, our team first met Ryan when he was the student veterans, the president of the student veterans organizations at Stockton. Very open and engaging with his student veterans and having people come in, to the college to talk to people. And then Ryan took it like a whole step further. And here he is now, the Ocean County College Assistant Director of Military and Veterans Affairs. He is an Iraq veteran. He's the dad of a new baby and has another one. I had to add that in because, you know, that all happened this year, the COVID year, so we only ever got to see anything on Facebook or on Teams meetings. But Ryan is here today to talk about how we can integrate in the community and bring things in and take things out, the great things that they do here at the college. So without further ado, Ryan, would you like to come up? And Ryan is the reason that we're here using this beautiful facility today, too. So thank you, Ryan, for getting this taken care of for us. Oh, you want this thingy? Yeah. And the clicker? Where did I put it? Here. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. What a day. What a great program. A little bit about what was brought here since 2019, about the military program, the jumpstart of the program. I'm going to say program a lot. It's pretty repetitive in my own lingo, but it's an adaptation of what Pat Carney pretty introduced to me when I got out of the military in 2016. My TAPS program, Transition Assistance Program, out of Germany, was not conducive, nor was it successful. It actually took a lot of veterans and a lot of fellow people who experienced the same thing, or at least the same type of TAPS experience, to kind of not turn out that way. It took me an entire semester. It lasted 10 days and got kicked out of 2 classes because of tics, whether that's a fellow student, they were on their keyboard while the presenter is actually speaking and trying to educate the class. I wasn't ready for that. That wasn't in my TAPS briefing. So fast forward to graduating and then doing a couple programs at Stockton and coming to OCC. We wanted to create a platform that could really be centralized in the region. My entire vision for creating a program from the ground up is to not keep it in the locality of where it's at. I want to affect the masses. I want it to affect everyone around us, whether that's North Jersey, because we do have a Mason-Dixon line in New Jersey, to South Jersey. I want it to affect everybody in whatever capacity that may be. And I want that effect to be a multiplier. I want to introduce an ideology, a culture, a community, a brotherhood, a sisterhood of any kind of person from any military background or affiliation, and project that, multiply it, multi-applicatively. In the audience right now, we have representatives for over 20 different industries, 12 different nonprofits RSVP'd in. That's the multiplier that I'm talking about. That's what I wanted to introduce to OCC and the surrounding area. OCC has always been a standing independent program for its military and veteran students, but I wanted to take that ideology and just project it. How can we affect the region? How can we affect the area? And even to the northeast sector of higher education, of which creates partnerships, networking, and really resources for everyone involved, multi-applicatively. So I want to keep that in the back of your mind. Outlining the purpose of gathering a community and trying to get people to come out and support programs and initiatives, whether it's your industry ethos, whether it's community engagement, nonprofit goals, whether it's your internal goals of your organization. I broke it down in a few different areas. This is not trademarked, so you can take it. You want to advocate the what. I really want to emphasize the what, because any military or veteran-affiliated person, connected or not, they have to have a purpose of what. What are they using their time for? They want to put equity into what they're doing. They want to make sure whatever they're putting their time, energy, family time, their own professional time, and there's a return. Creating the purpose is understanding your end goal. So what I mentioned earlier is that my end goal is to create a regional demographic of military and veteran cultural awareness. Why is that, though? Keep that question in your mind. Why do I want to do that for New Jersey specifically? Towards the end, there's a slide that you may or may not know, and that'll answer that question. Optimizing your purpose. Let's just say you're a stakeholder in the community and you're by yourself, but you have a vision and a goal on what you want to do to contribute not only your background, not only your corporation, your goals, your ethos, et cetera, but now you want to bring that outward. You want to find a team that shares the same mindset. They don't have to be in the same industry. They could be completely out. But you share that same ideology, and now you're just now 1 till 2. Sorry, the sound was too low. Up here, I'm loud. So you want to take that purpose and find fellow people who want to share that same ideology. When you, when you organize the local stakeholders, that's when you start seeing a spark. You went from one person with a mission, objective, or a goal to a couple people that have the same mindset to now a committee or a group or an advisory or a council or team. Once you start utilizing this mindset and understanding, then you can start branching out to their strengths, assigning those strengths, those tasks that can be completed. You'll start seeing it spread, because not only do you now have a team of similar mind, similar objectives, but now they're projecting that out to the community. And it works for any industry, any group you're associated with, but here's the key. You want to break the mold. What is the mold? Glad you asked. The mold is the uncomfortableness that you have to be around military and veteran associated members. It doesn't have to be that way. You've heard all day from fellow speakers. You want to get involved with other sectors of the community. You want them to be involved, because now you have that curiosity and you want them to project it forward. So when you create that stakeholder committee team, you're going to see it multi-applicatively expand, naturally, organically. When you commit, excuse me, when you communicate the targets, you can kind of see, even from my point of view in this audience, there are action words and terms that's kind of like, huh. It grasps attention, curiosity. It's intriguing. You take that and use them for whatever objective you're trying to meet. You want to use your time, your equity in the organization or community, and you want it to work for yourself, for itself. And you want to see it naturally go out. Short example. So Pat, I would say, the brainchild of this wonderful program, day in, day out, only himself that I saw would be blasting this program out every day, every hour. To me, I'm like, wow, he's blowing this up. But to everyone else who shares it, who likes it, who comments on it, now you can see it's growing, its platform. Even myself, I'm not so much on Facebook, I'm much more on LinkedIn. I can share this program to 1,400 people who follow me. Those 1,400 people would like it, comment, share it, etc. It expands naturally. That's what you want to do when you create a program. You want it to naturally expand because you're including stakeholders that have the same like-minded background. They have the same goals and achievements. Exceed the expected. This one's interesting because a lot of times there's a lot of stigmas, a lot of rumors, a lot of hearsays with military and veteran events. You want to exceed that. You want to go past it. Kind of want to kick that door down, see what's behind it. That's what every event should be. Have a ooh, nah at the end of the event. Something with a twist. That's how you have the hook for your next event. Everyone will find your reputation after your first event, and they'll tell that and multiply it to the next event. So they're simple. You can do some deep dives on it. Great strategy I've always seen with my team here. We went from a one-man army, literally, to being awarded a grant to now I have a team of 4. We're very fortunate with that. We've been very successful, but think tank sessions are amazing. It is not a waste of time. Get a big drawing board, let them at it. See what comes up. So, what did I think coming into this program, freshly out of the service, freshly graduated May 10th, I got the job. May 21st, Memorial Day, I started that following Monday, and the expectation was to have 10 events a year, where I averaged about 38. The first event was a leadership summit that some of you have met at, it was 2019, and the second event was a Ruck March. Ruck March was historically here every now and then, but how could we twist it around and make it something our own, but expand it to the community, because it was only secular to students and staff. We invited the recruiting commands. We invited their families. We invited anyone of disability background. We wanted to make sure the public was open and invited to the campus, but also to the community who's putting it together. It was incredible. It really was. So I want to boast a little bit, but this program, historically, has never had an event that surfaced more than 20 involvements. That's attendees, that's people of interest. And the one thing I found out of that was what went wrong? Community. Bring the community in. Involve everybody. Create some type of achievable award of involvement. And that can be anything. This was a Ruck March that was 1.78 miles across campus. We even kind of took over the emergency lane. Security was not approval of that, but we took the right side of it. So we still opened it to the left side. It was only for 30 minutes. But it was fun. The purpose of the Ruck March was to go in and out of every building, causeway, and grab people, getting them involved. They didn't know what a Ruck March was. They see people having a big old military backpack on and walking. Well, why don't you walk with us? It's called rucking for reason. Some people there were rucking for a fellow service member deployed, a family member, or a fallen member. Ruck for a reason. And it was a hitch. It was great. That's me in my big Russian hat. It was awesome. Here's some interesting facts about New Jersey. Remember that question I said earlier? Why is it important to host these type of gathering events? Why did I pick that ideology thought for this position I hold in Ocean County? Specifically, the campus. Now, most of the time, census data, I call it corruptible because it's someone else's thought and some other people trying to put in numbers that they think is better. But however, some facts that aren't on there. We're ranked 14th in the nation of density, population, military and veteran across the country. New Jersey, third smallest state in the union. Who'd have thought? Collectively, we have 40,000, and of course that's fluctuant because it's 2019, but 40,000 in New Jersey with an average in Ocean County. But 40,000 specifically in this area. That's incredible. That's incredible. So that's my goal, and that should be everyone's goal, to figure out how to get that audience group, how to figure out to target the audience group to have them utilize their own background, their own experience, sharing that with the industries here, because it's just going to promote the community. That should be everyone's goal. So what did I do last year? Well, last year was a funny year, as everyone knows. I wanted to create a space on campus that is, quote unquote, a safe place. Most military service members understand it as a green zone. Those that don't know what a green zone is a preoccupied area and a deployed area that is considered safe and less hostile. That's where our area is. Let's just say the NATO is. That's where the safe area is. So what does that entail? It creates a space and an area, a common area, for service members, military-connected members, and private outreach programs, like another program, VETS, Veterans Engaging Teachers and Students. We offer that on campus. We want the veterans to engage faculty. We want them to engage the students. And honestly, it's been really successful. Curiosity is probably the best component to a successful program. And all of these action words, all these terms, all these adjectives are pieces of the puzzle. It creates an understanding and a visual of why service members are connected spiritually, physically, emotionally, and psychologically. But all of that can be shared across the board to all the communities. So when we do this, when you want to create events, and I'll close up shop, is to the fact that you want to create a step process. Outside that step process, you want to see what happens next. Don't stop at your first event. Don't stop at the success of your first event, nor your failures of your first event. Your failures will create a better success return on your next event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you very much. And if they have any questions for you, they'll get you at the Q&A. Moving right along, our next presenter is one of the main reasons why we're here today, Patrick Carney. Patrick Carney did 2 tours in Iraq. He's an Army veteran, father, husband, and all-around good guy. He is my outreach partner at the Wilmington VA Medical Center, and I like to call him the Good Idea Fairy. Actually, he calls himself that. And as Ryan said, he can be the brainchild of stuff. Usually you can see his wheels turn, and then there's this aha moment, and then you know you're about to be involved in something that is going to turn out as well as this KOVA did today. So, Pat Carney, I'll let you talk about your time, but I do want to mention that he too was a student veteran organization president at Stockton, I think right before Ryan. So, alumni to you two, getting back together. But Patrick Carney.
Thanks, partner. I don't know. Okay. I'll figure it out as I go. I got this whole big speech here, and now everyone said something cool that, again, made my wheels turn today, and I want to say something completely different, but I'll stick to my plan. I'd put a pair of glasses up here, really to start the conversation about how one person's life can be impacted by something so small. Just real quick, show of hands. How many people in this room's lives have been impacted by something like that or smaller? Just a quick show of hands. Actually, more than I thought it was going to be, so I'm actually really happy about that. Well, this pair of glasses in particular, that exact pair, or this pair up here, same thing. These glasses are United States Army issued. It didn't cost me a dime, but they still hold an immense value to me. Even though they are so important to me, they're the reason I lose sleep most nights. These glasses are the reason I'm here today. And these glasses were the catalyst for a journey that I never knew I actually needed to make. Anyway, my name is Patrick Carney. I work for the VA. More specifically, I work for Wilmington VA Medical Center, and I'm one half of the members of the Southern New Jersey Veteran Community Outreach Team. 10 years, 2 months, and 11 days ago, and I searched that on Google, I was a non-commissioned officer in the United States Army. More specifically, I was a fire team leader in the United States Army Infantry, which is so much better than the United States Cav Scouts. I'm just going to put that out there ahead of time. Just want to say that. You said I didn't, so I had to do it, you know? Anyway, 10 years, 2 months, 11 days ago, I was a fire team leader in the United States Army Infantry. More specifically, I was a fire team leader in Diyala Province, Iraq, which, if anyone knows Iraq, Diyala Province actually hosts Bakuba, which back during the invasion was known as the Wild West, and it hasn't changed much since then. Not that that's really especially important, it just kind of paints the picture of where those glasses have been. But before I get into all that, I want to rewind the clock a little bit to January 10th, 2011. And I know myself and my beautiful wife who's here with me today know that day all too well, because that was the first day I reported to Fort Hood, Texas. Reporting to Fort Hood was, well, I was reporting to an Army base as it usually is. I was assigned to the 2nd Brigade, 1st Cavalry Division, 1-8 Cav. First day I was there, I remember sweating profusely. We had just moved from Fairbanks, Alaska, which is dead center of Alaska. It was like -30 when we left. I got to Texas, it was like 50. 80-degree difference. They're all in winter PTs. I'm sweating my butt off. But needless to say, when I first got to the 1-8 Cav, our unit was training in Louisiana in JRTC, it's called Joint Readiness Training Command, for an upcoming deployment that May. So I was placed in Rear D, or Rear Detachment, until they returned to Fort Hood. It wasn't until the 2nd or 3rd week in February I was assigned to a company, platoon, and then squad. And on that first day is where I met my squad of Joeys. Joeys being, anyone who's been in the military knows what it is, Joeys being a play on words of a kangaroo's baby and G.I. Joe. So we have a baby G.I. Joe is a Joey. And I tend to, when I talk about my Joeys, or I talk about my guys, or I talk telling stories, I use that word a lot, so I may use it a lot here, and I want to make sure I explain that to everyone. And I laugh about it now, and I kid you not, the first thing out of my Joey's mouth when I first met them, now I am a E5, just showed up at the unit. 2 of my E1s, fuzzies, standing right there with an E2 in between them, and they say, "Hi, Sergeant Carney. We just want to let you know, this is Private Smith, and he's a virgin." First thing out of their mouth. I knew, and I hear this side of the room laughing, because I think predominantly most of the presenters and my military guys are over here. It was honestly the most appreciative way I could have started my time at Fort Hood, because it was direct, it was upfront, it was honest, and a little bit of comedy. And that's exactly how I like to present any type of information. It's something that I've kept as my kind of mantra in how I speak to people and how I like to stay genuine with people. But as I'm standing up here telling the story, many of you, and if you are, you can raise your hand or nod your head, may think that this experience is similar to another first day at work you may have had. I realize there's many more military here than not, but it couldn't be any further from the truth. And I wish it was. I really wish it was. But I don't know if there was some sort of layer of inherent wisdom or experience, but I had an underlying level of anxiety inside me at that point, because I knew that my unit had just gotten back from JRTC training to deploy that May. So I knew that in 2.5 months that I had 2.5 months to train these 4 people, how to kill people with me. Because they had a different leader that they got stuck on training with for 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But now they got a brand new team leader. I'm sitting here. The first thing out of their words is, hey, this is Private Smith. He's a virgin. I'm like, okay, I can do this. It's all right. At the same time, I knew that it was important to me to bring every one of them home. It is a weird feeling once you kind of realize it, and I think some of my peers in the audience right now may be realizing how significant that was on their life. But it was sorry, I lost my train of thought here. But it was an aha moment for me that led to, I think, an overall change in the way I saw myself as a non-commissioned officer, as a sergeant in the United States Army, where before it was do what your sergeant says, and that's what you do. Where now it was, I got to take care of these guys. I got to make sure these people get home to their moms and their dads. That's what their parents are going to expect of me. That's the weight I was putting on my shoulders. Anyway, getting back to Private Smith, the virgin, so we're all clear. I liked him immediately. He was quiet around leadership. He was nervous in work settings, but I knew he was a good kid. And I don't think he realized it, but he was like our entire platoon's little brother. I liked him, and I guess correctly from the beginning, he was a great soldier, which is a fact that leads me to the core of my story. As I said before, my unit was just returning from JRTC in Louisiana. We were slated to deploy that May in 2011. But one morning, about 2 weeks before we leave, Smith shows up to morning muster, where you're at work by 5:30 because the flag's going to go off at 6:30, so you're all there an hour early to make sure everyone woke up on time, without his eyeglasses on a Monday. And I say, Smith, where are your glasses? Everyone in the squad starts laughing. Well, apparently, because we were slated to deploy so soon, there had been, and I'm guessing at this point because I don't want to really know, honestly, and I never will. Our little guy Smith had an experience with a professional that weekend, and his glasses were broken during that interaction with said professional. Now I know what you're thinking, and I couldn't agree more, but we were infantrymen, we were immature, and I couldn't keep an eye on my guys 24 hours a day. So whatever actually, truly, really happened to those glasses is lost to history, but his glasses are gone, and that's why those glasses are so important. I want to ask everyone here real quick, what would they have done if they had found out that same information after the shock wore off, after everything wore off? What would you have thought? You have a person that you're responsible for, their glasses, the whole reason they can see the outside world breaks. What do? Oh man, that sucks, right? So what would happen at work if you came into work without your glasses, right? What were you saying? Well, as a good NCO, this is exactly what I did. Grab Lee by the scruff. All right, we're going up to optometry to take him down to get new glasses. And that's exactly what we do. Man, I got to tell you, the Army, in its infinite wisdom, it takes 4 weeks to get brand new glasses made in the Army. Joe, remember we were set to deploy in 2.5 weeks. So doing the math, it's gonna be probably 2 weeks after we got to Iraq. His glasses would be at Fort Hood, and then they would have to get from Fort Hood somewhere because Smith was single. Somehow, some way, they'd have to get from Fort Hood to Diyala Province, Iraq, to Fob Warhorse in Diyala Province, Iraq, to be exact. So I had a soldier who was supposed to be watching my back, and the rest of us, all the rest of our backs, without being able to see. After Smith comes out of his appointment, he's like, Sergeant, I'm not gonna get my glasses for a while. I said, okay. So what do I do? What do I do as an NCO? I say, Lee, what's your prescription? Lo and behold, Lee and I's prescription was not much different. So I go home. My wife will attest to it, because I was very upset that day. Because I wear contacts, you're not supposed to wear contacts on deployment. I grab this pair of glasses, I take them back to base, and I give them to Lee. Smith, sorry. And just to be clear, I don't fault the eye doctors. I don't fault really the Army, honestly. Apparently it takes time to make glasses, and that was okay because I solved the problem. That's the most important thing, is the mission, getting the problem solved. Maybe not so much how you get there, but getting it solved. So, fast forward to us in Iraq. Smith had been moved to another squad and was only effectively my soldier for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, maybe. People get moved around a lot during deployments for any different number of reasons. So this wasn't an uncommon thing, except for by that time, I had totally forgotten I had given him my pair of glasses and we were just doing what we did in Iraq. Then it was in August, September time frame. It was kind of right before we were set to uninvade Iraq. I get a knock on my door, and it's Smith. I'm like, hey, Smith, what do you want? And this was a weird thing, because he's not in my squad anymore. He's not my guy anymore, but he's knocking on my door. What could he possibly want? And he's like, hey, Sergeant, just giving you back your glasses. Mine finally came in. So where I thought it was going to be 2 months, it was like 4. I'd forgotten to give them to him again. And he was wearing his brand new pair, and he looked fantastic. And I said, wow, your brand new pair looks fantastic. So these glasses of mine had seen 4 to 5 months of time being worn in a combat zone. They still, to this day, have all kinds of dirt, grime, and Smith all over them. I never thought about them again until September 24th, 2012. Sunday, September 23rd, I got a call from Smith's first line, which obviously he was in it with a new group of soldiers, asking me if I had heard from Smith at all. I said no, it was a Sunday night. I figured I'd see him in the morning, no big deal. About 2 hours later, we get a call for emergency formation. Usually emergency formations are called because someone goes AWOL, someone loses a sensitive item, oh my God, or any number of reasons that a commander or a first sergeant or a sergeant major wants everybody back at the unit, back at the company. So there we were, back at the company, standing around in full uniform, looking around for everybody. And of course, what do they do next? Come on, military people. Roll call. Call off everybody's name in the company, and regardless of Smith being an S, go right by that name and around everybody else, and he's the only one not around for formation. Okay? So I'm wondering, of course, where Smith is. He was my soldier when I first got here. There was a little connection there, but there was a connection between us. After about 2 hours standing around to do the roll call, we finally find out that Smith was in a car accident. That's all we found out. And they said, Smith was in a car accident, we'll let you know more tomorrow. They sent us all home. Of course, no one really gets any sleep that night because we're only like 4 hours now away from having to actually be there, back there at 5:30 in the morning. But he drove, apparently he was in this car accident, and Smith drove as fast as he could down I-90, right outside Fort Hood, and his car crashed into an overpass, one of the supports for an overpass. It was obviously shocking because he'd only just gotten in the car after we gotten back home that December, or the December previous, 2011, December 2011. It wasn't until, I guess, the day after his funeral on base that we had, they do this whole ceremony. I don't even want to mention it because I know I'll definitely start crying. That I found out that from his squad leader that Smith had left a note in his barracks room. And that Smith died by suicide. He decided that night to drive his car into the overpass and end it all. I don't think I'll ever have an answer to why he did it, but I do know that I always ask myself after it, why is Smith dead? Why go through all we've been through just to throw it all away? And I know maybe when I'm in heaven or wherever the heck you go when you die, I'll get an answer. But what I do know is that when we die, the people who love us will miss us. Not that it gives me any solace in the fact that he's still gone, but it was kind of at that point when I had that aha moment, I said, oh shit. I said, I have the glasses that he wore. I have my glasses. And to this day, I haven't touched them. They've been in that case. I've opened them every once in a while, every September. They still have a pieces of him on them. And that's how I keep them. This is actually really the first time they've been out of the case in, I can't even tell you how long. Maybe since I took that picture, which was a couple of days ago. But I didn't know what to do. Moving forward from 2012, September 2013, I got out of the military and I ended up at Stockton by another crazy coincidence or universal sign that my best friend who had passed away when I was a teenager, his mom was the military or veteran advisor at Stockton, and I said, well, this is where I'm supposed to be. And that's why I went to school there. The only reason I went to school there. Really wasn't even that interested in college after I got out, but that's why I went. But what do I do with my life now? So I decided that we veterans, when I was the SBO president, decided that we need to move forward with anything that happens and anything negative in our lives, we need to move forward with a purpose. Whatever purpose that is, you always need to move forward with a purpose. And if you're in the military, you're always moving with a purpose. But you're always moving with that purpose to accomplish a mission. While I was still SBO president, the suicides of my friends that I had served with kept piling up. First there was Smith, then Yeomans, then Butcher, then Chunate, then Penny, then Landfair, then Pedraza, Odom, Hyatt, Cardos, Hamill, Fontana, Ward, Fricks, Monroe. Just had another one yesterday. You guys did. I'm here with you. So, I mean, these are all people that, if you're doing the 6 degrees of separation, the separation between me and them is 1, maybe 2. That's in your circle. That's in your squad. That's at least less than 10 people away from you. That's like losing my entire squad and then some. Now I'm here. Now I have a new squad. Now I have a new fire team. Now I'm moving with a purpose again, with an event just like this. And that's where my purpose became, is veteran suicide prevention. My purpose became the past 10 years, 4 months, and 2 days, dedicating myself to not only asking the question, but asking service members the correct questions, being blunt, upfront, and honest. Just how I like to be, just how I like my soldiers to be. Today we learned what value veterans bring to the table. We've all learned the benefit of veterans gathering to help one another. Learned how to best assist a veteran in crisis. Learned what the government is doing to help veterans, what families can do. We've learned how to get our veterans to gather in the workplace and how to gather them outside of the workplace, in an organization, in a club. The Legion Riders, the American Legion, the VFW is all perfect examples of this, of that peer-to-peer gathering. But what do you do once you got them gathered? And that's, our next speaker will know exactly when I kind of thought of it, but that's when I thought of what we used to do in the military, which was PMCSing. And if you weren't Army, they probably called it something different, but it's all the same. We did preventative maintenance checks and services on all of our equipment. I mean, all of it. Like from your government pen, there's a PMCS for government Skillcraft pens, all the way to the most advanced M1, A1, Abram, whatever the crap Cav Scouts ride around in. A Bradley, even worse. We PMCS them. Everything. And the whole point of PMCSing them is to maintain combat readiness and reinforce discipline in our fighting force. Simply put, the PMCS checks to make sure our equipment is okay. So why the hell didn't we ever do that for our soldiers? We're the ones operating this deadly stuff. Why did anyone never ever think of PMCSing soldiers? PMCSing airmen. I'm not going to say what Navy are. Whatever branch you are, how many times have you had someone do a preventative maintenance checks and service on you? Besides when you joined and you had the doctor check your thing, you know what I mean? This is an example of PMCS form, by the way. It's just a quick piece of paper. It kind of tells you what to do on the right side, and you kind of write down all the issues on the left. You give it to a mechanic. They tell you, oh, that's operator level, and then you're left to fix the whole vehicle by yourself anyway, or whatever it is by yourself anyway. Then I thought of, not that one, this one. What about a PMCS for people? Preventative monthly checks to combat suicide. I know there's 2 C's, don't hold it against me. But why not? Why not, when you have your veterans gathered, asking them these questions every month? Every time you get together. Every time there's a post meeting. Every time a state commander brings together his other commanders or his district leaders. Why don't you ask these questions? Have been using more addictive substances, more in the past month. Smoking, drinking. I understand we're talking about employers and employment here, so I won't get into the hard stuff. But why not? Why not ask that question? How about this one? This is another stressor in life. Has anxiety affected your daily life and/or your relationships in the past month? I know for a fact that if my wife and I get into an argument the night before I got to go to work or have something going on, it's going to ruin my whole next day. But it makes me feel like crap, because usually I'm wrong. Actually, I'm always wrong, right, honey? Have you had any trouble paying your bills this month? How many people have been at work here and heard a coworker talking about a branch or something that fell on the roof of their house, and now they're not going to be able to pay their X, Y, or Z bill because they had to fix their roof? As veterans, there are programs out there that will help you pay your bills. So that stressor isn't weighing on you. That stressor isn't the straw that breaks the proverbial camel's back and causes you to shoot yourself. It's a huge one. And then the most important of them all. Have you had thoughts of killing yourself? I have. As of yesterday. I've had a hell of a week. I've had a hell of a year. but we're here to normalize that conversation. Just because I thought about killing myself yesterday doesn't mean I'm not here today trying to make a difference. It just means that I had the support of my wife and my friends and my coworkers to get me through the shit that I'm dealing with. Because someone asked me the question. I wish someone would ask me the question every week. And I think in some ways they do. But if I'm at work, if I didn't work with where I worked at, the question would never get asked to me. And it's easy. It doesn't have to hold any weight. It doesn't have to be something that affects your career. It doesn't have to be something that affects your entire life, because saying yes to it, or however the answer is, gets that weight off of that person's chest and divides it amongst 2 people or 3 people or the entire group. And that's what's important about it. Lessening the weight. If you can't carry enough weight when you're in the service, you split that weight up. Why else would litters in the military have 4 handles? Because one person can't carry another person all by themselves, no matter how hard you try, no matter how big you are. So you divvy up the weight. You make a difference. And you most likely save a life. If we're able to reduce the stressors for veterans, if not all people, because these are questions that and problems that everyone in the world deals with, not just veterans. But if we're able to reduce the stressors just in veterans' lives, it's up to us to take care of those who are still here, to those who are left behind. It's up to us to normalize the conversation, one veteran at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I did really good introducing him, but he's making it very difficult to follow. So I want to introduce our former suicide prevention coordinator, and now carries a very large title of which I can never memorize. So I'm going to have Matt Jacobs come on up to introduce, help me get him introduced at this point while I regain my wits. Matt has been quite an asset to the team. He's always there and available for our veterans at a moment's notice, a drop of a dime. Matt is there, and that's to be said for when you were in the suicide prevention role. We knew if there was a situation, we could call Matt. He answered the calls that came through for the suicide prevention hotline, and would be there even next day or same day, depending on what the situation was. Matt is an asset to everything that we do at VA, but as a human being, he's an asset. So, Matt Jacobs.
Okay, we can turn this one off. Okay. So I guess I'm going to be double fisting here. All right. Long title, Matt Jacobs. My name is Matt Jacobs, and now that's really loud. Community engagement and partnerships coordinator with the VA. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my work. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we have going on. I was going to start off with a joke and let you know that we're going to do a progressive muscle relaxation for the next 30 minutes. But I know it's the very end of the day, and we had lunch over an hour ago, and we got a blizzard on the way, so we ain't got time for that. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the work that I do. But before I do that, I just want to I don't know about you, but when I go to these events, I try to take notes on one paper. I know that if I take like 5 pages of notes, that the little golden nuggets will get lost in the shuffle. So my hope is that today that you are going to walk away with some nugget of gold that somebody shared here today. And from my perspective, I've been sitting in here on every single presentation today, and I hope you have as well. There's been some real nuggets that I think we can all take away. This morning, Dave did an excellent job talking about military culture. And he said that oftentimes soldiers come in looking for stability and opportunity and security. What an awesome takeaway from that. Just that reminder that, hey, these guys are joining the service and they're getting something back, but they're also giving so much. And in the process, these are men and women who are being prepared for the workforce through resiliency, through working under stress, through learning how to work under changing environments, through working through delicate relationships. I want to thank Dave for sharing that. Bob shared some words of wisdom, as he always does, so thank you, Mr. Bob Luby. And one of the things I know about Bob is he just seems to know all the folks in the state and all the different players for the Veteran Service Organization. So thank you, Bob, for helping put this together. James Corbett, man, I talked to James this morning on the way here. We were on the phone, and too bad he didn't have a picture. I just wanted to say, James, with his Project Refit, he's on the cusp of doing something really awesome and something I don't know that has ever been done before. He's got these mobile, what do you call them, mobile units? Mobile bases. And if you didn't catch some of what he put down, I just wanted to let you know that he's doing some awesome work. What he's going to do is he's designing this mobile base that's going to go out into communities where veterans can gather around. And in a minute, I'm going to talk again about my work, but we can never forget the importance of that in community for our vets. Jackie Hinker has often said that we spend an inordinate amount of money preparing our soldiers to become soldiers. We train them, we pour tons of energy and resources into training the soldier to become a great soldier, but we don't train the veteran how to be a vet. We don't do enough, we don't put enough resources into training somebody how to be a veteran, because that's a unique title. Chief Woodland this morning also talked about triggers. I can't thank him enough for the work that he does and his willingness to come out. He talked to us a little bit about triggers. I saw a training a few years ago, and one of the things that I was reminded of is a police officer had pulled over a veteran who had been driving as though he may be under the influence. And when he addressed that veteran, he later found out, not during that traffic stop, but later on through openness and transparency, that that vet had actually been swerving to avoid something that was in the road. Because when he was in Iraq, that something could be a bomb. So this was not somebody who was under the influence. This was somebody who was simply triggered by what he saw and what he encountered on the road that day. So those are little nuggets of wisdom that I picked up along the way from some of the folks that you heard this morning and this afternoon. Bradley, man, I got to give it to Bradley Jacobs. We share the last name, but I am in awe of his ability to make the SAVE training interesting, because I got to be honest with you, it's a little bit dry, the material, right? We're talking about a heavy topic, suicide. So I'm just looking at my notes, and Bradley talked about this idea of feeling guilt connected to suicide. That's something I think is a human experience that we can all relate to. He talked about the fact that oftentimes as it relates to suicide, that the decision to take one's life from that time period to taking one's life is often less than an hour. So when you talk about calling 911, we're not kidding. Sometimes it needs to rise to that level of urgency, right? He talked about Kevin Hines. I had the pleasure of seeing Kevin Hines speak in person down in Washington, D.C. a few years ago, and he's right. Kevin shares this openly. He said, and this is true of, I believe, all 18 survivors of the Golden Gate Bridge who jumped and survived. They all had a very similar experience in that when moment that they left the railing, their immediate thought was, I don't want to die. And that's a humbling and harrowing story, but I share that because what we want to do as it relates to suicide prevention, I always said that the opposite of suicide is not life. The opposite of suicide is flourishing and doing well. We want to help these guys see that there is hope for another tomorrow. Jen Baldwin, Great seeing Jen. Jen and I actually shared an office years ago at the VA before she moved on to the 177th. And I have to tell you, I saw research last weekend that indicated that it is actually impossible for the human brain to multitask, that we don't actually work that way, that we're only able to really effectively do one thing at a time. And Jen Baldwin's one of the only people I know that's not true. She can do a million things at once. It's incredible. So it's great to hear her talk. She talked about the pre-deployment stress, right? Maybe if we're not in the military, we may not know about what that is. If we were in the military and never maybe got deployed overseas, she talked a little bit about that pre-deployment stress and then the readjustment. I know she said it jokingly, but she wasn't really kidding, right? After the initial honeymoon, after the soldier gets home, right, the spouse or the significant other or the kids are sometimes, could you go back, please, right? That's often a response that people have, right? Because this is some difficult stuff that our soldiers deal with, and the general public at large and the people who are hiring our veterans in the community oftentimes are not aware of some of what has already transpired in a veteran's life to prepare them to do the job that they're hired to do. And then this afternoon, of course, Rich, wow, awesome what South Jersey Industries is already doing and the work that you're doing with the vets who work there. What a great example for all of us who are working in the communities to say, yeah, we want to acknowledge our veterans who are working here. And of course, Ryan, we're at his workplace here today. So thank you, Ryan, for just helping to put this together and the work that you're doing with the ruck marches and so many different things. It doesn't surprise me that you're going above and beyond. And then, of course, Pat. Pat emailed me his presentation, and man, I'm in awe of you, brother. The work that you do and just who you are as a person. And I wish we could all be like Pat Carney when we grow up. I'll say that. So that leads me to my topic. And I could talk about a lot of different things. When Pat first approached us on this topic today, he said, what I want to do is a TED Talk style event. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, I went to grad school. I watched a lot of TED Talks. Everybody familiar with TED Talk? Anybody ever heard of that? If you haven't heard of TED Talks, some of them have had over 100 million views. Some of them, these are like people who are like subject matter experts, and they put together like 15 to 20 minute succinct presentations, memorizing every single word, and they usually have like a really cool little like Janet Jackson mic going on, and everybody's always laughing, and it's really like sharp and on point. I'm like, okay, way to set the bar so incredibly high, as Pat tends to do. So I can't promise you that I'm going to be as cool as our other presenters, and I definitely don't have as cool slides as some of the other people, but they are approved by the VA. I will say that. So I work in the area of community-based interventions for suicide prevention. The VA has long since recognized that veteran suicide is a big problem. Initially, this problem was tackled by the VA in some way, shape, or form through clinical intervention. And those clinical interventions take the form of various different ways, whether it be with your therapist doing a safety plan, or asking the right questions, or equipping every single VA member who works at the VA with that SAVE presentation that you saw earlier today. Every single staff member gets that. They know what SAVE is. They've got an icon on their computer that they can go to at any time if they need help and guidance in those situations if they emerge with somebody on the phone or somebody in their office. But here's the thing that the VA has also realized in our research. We know that 2/3 of veterans who die by suicide are not connected with VA. 2/3 of veterans who die by suicide are not connected to VA, as in they're not even signed up for services. So when you take a step back and absorb that and think about that, I think there's sort of two different directions you can go with that information. You can say, well, we're going to focus on the 1/3 who are, which we do. But in addition to that, the VA has realized that if we really want to get serious about suicide prevention, if we really want to tackle this issue head on, we have got to do a better job of engaging the community. And for folks, some of the old heads who've been around the VA for a while, we know that like stepping foot in the community like we're doing today, this stuff wasn't happening, to my knowledge, 10, 12, 15 years ago. My uncle's VA, so to speak, was a different VA. It was maybe a little more closed, and I think the VA has done really well to say, hey, we want to engage the community. We want to equip the community, because if 2/3 of veterans are dying by suicide, then we need to make sure that the community is equipped to handle those situations when they come up. Oh, there we go. So this is really a public health issue. Bradley said in his presentation, and I'll be honest, this surprised me when I first heard this. Suicide's the 10th leading cause of death. And that is not a new phenomenon. That is not a new development. Years ago when I was in graduate school, I interviewed my grandmother who was born in 1926. She's still living. And she shared with me that her brother had died by suicide in the 1920s. And I didn't even know that my own family had been impacted by suicide in that way. Obviously, a couple years before I was born. But nonetheless, suicide is not uniquely veteran problem, okay? I don't want to talk about this in terms of veterans are the only ones out there taking their lives. They're not. It is the 10th leading cause of death across all of our society. So we need to equip the community to deal with this problem. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm just going to share with you a couple things, and then we'll have some Q&A here, and then we'll get on the road here in just a few minutes. So I can talk to you about a lot of things in the VA annual report, and I don't want to being the last presenter of the day, you certainly don't want to get bogged down in details and statistics, but I will share with you that there's some anchors of hope that we look at. And you may or may not be aware, but data as it relates to suicide is typically a couple years behind, right? It takes time to gather this information. When you talk about a single car accident, was it a suicide? Was it a problem with the vehicle? You know, all this stuff kind of takes time to go through. So when you talk about data for suicide, really you're looking at a couple years behind, okay? And that's just an issue of being able to sort through that data. So here's a couple anchors of hope. You know, we talk about suicide in a very negative context, which is understandable, but here's a couple of things that we look at and we're encouraged by at the VA. Oop, let me go back. Ooh, I was able to do that. I'm impressed. Okay, so the first anchor of hope is that there was 399 fewer veterans died by suicide in 2019 than 2018. From 2005 to 2018, the identified veteran suicide increased on average by 48 deaths per year. A reversal totaling 399 lives within 1 year is totally unprecedented. They had never seen that before. And they'd like to think that that's a result of the efforts that we've been making in the area of suicide prevention. The third anchor of hope is that there's been a decrease in the adjusted suicide rate for veterans over the course of 1 year. So you see there, you see this 1.8%. So the non-veteran population decreased by 1.8%. Whereas the veteran rate decreased by 7.2%. So again, hey, listen, we're not here to celebrate things like this, but we are here to look at some anchors of hope to say, okay, maybe something's working. Maybe there's some traction gained here in these efforts. And then there was nearly a 13% 1 year unadjusted rate decrease for female veterans, which represents the largest rate decrease for women's veterans in 17 years. And then lastly, the COVID data, frankly, is not in yet. We don't have a clear indication as it relates to suicide in connection with COVID. It's just too soon to really to get into that. I want to share a quote and this is from a TED Talk, so I figure we're doing TED Talk style. I'll share some TED Talk quotes. Jake Wood founded Team Rubicon as a way of readjusting. And he had this comment about a veteran who had died by suicide, and I want you to hear this. He said, Clay Hunt didn't kill himself because of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. Clay killed himself because of what he had lost when he came back. He lost his purpose, he lost his community, and perhaps most tragically, he lost his self-worth. And I share that quote with you in the context of this discussion to say, we don't always know what somebody's dealing with. It couldn't be more important, like Pat said, to be checking in with our vets, to find out what they're dealing with. And like Bradley said, if you're talking more than you're listening, then you're not doing it right. And while we do have some of these anchors of hope, I share that as a stark reminder that this is a problem that we as a community need to put our arms around. Not the fanciest slide in the world, but just to kind of absorb what you're looking at here. Around the VA, we say this often, Suicide is what? Everyone's business, right? We say it once, we say it all the time. From my VA folks, we know that this is a mantra that we all carry. I don't care if you're taking the trash out, if you're answering phones, if you're a therapist who already had a session scheduled. If you recognize that somebody is having thoughts of suicide, you need to make it your business right then, right there, okay? We talk about changing the conversation around suicide. That's kind of what we've been talking about today, right? We've been talking about, hey, we want to actually be able to engage folks and talk about this as it relates to suicide prevention. So, you know, Suicide Prevention 2.0 is this idea of this emergence of not just the clinical, but also the community engagement. So that's what Suicide Prevention 2.0. And this slide right here, I'm going to sit with this for just a minute. This is sort of the crux of what I'm tasked with. I'm going to share another quote. There's a guy named Mike Haney who gave a really good TED Talk a couple years back, and he shared an experience he had on an airplane. On this particular flight, the folks who were making the announcements, they indicated, hey, we've got 2 service members here on the plane. And they said a couple words, and everybody clapped. And this gentleman, Mr. Haney, couldn't help but notice that there was one woman sitting across the aisle from him that was almost a little too vigorous in her excitement. And so he decided to engage her, and with a smirk said he wanted to do a social experiment. And he asked her about, you know, her excitement and zeal for supporting veterans. And she told him, you know, that it's really important to her and that she always thanked veterans for their service. And he said, would you be surprised if I told you that many of this generation's veterans have struggled to find jobs when they come home? And would you also be surprised if I told you that in recent years, more veterans have died by their own hand than by service members in combat in Iraq or Afghanistan combined? And her response to that was that, no, none of that can be true. She said, that's not true. And she put her earbuds in and she went back to her Netflix show. He said there was another guy, Tim, that was sitting nearby. And him and Tim got to talking because Tim was a veteran. And he said, you know, it is true. He said, because you know what was worst of all for me since I've been home? Is that I feel totally anonymous. He said, as he got to talking to Tim, he said, you know what he realized about Tim? He said, he's smart, he's educated, he's resourceful, he wants to be a leader in your community, he's mature beyond his years, and he's fiercely loyal. War has changed him more for the better than for the worst. He said, Tim wants you to know him. He said, I implore you to find a way to know Tim in your community. So in my role as community engagement and partnership coordinator, what I spend a lot of time looking at is these 3 priority areas. Now, Pat mentioned the PMCS program. That was born out of one of the coalitions that him and I are working on together in the community, and that really addresses essentially all 3 of these areas. But I want to talk about what these are. So as we look at suicide prevention from a community perspective, we want to simply identify service members, veterans, and their families, SMVF, and screen for suicide risk. Simply identifying the veterans in your community, like they're doing at South Jersey Industries, which was just discussed, simply identifying these veterans can go a long way toward forming community, toward giving them some belonging and some understanding with their peers. That can go a long way. So we want to identify them not only in our workplace, but in our life. We want to identify who these folks are, okay? The second thing is to promote connectedness and improve care transitions. I want to speak just maybe for a minute about the ETS sponsorship program, the expiration term of service. This is another initiative that we're working on. And I could talk about these things at length, but the ETS is really promoting connectedness. What we identified is that when veterans leave the service, if anybody served, you know that when you separate from the military, you know that can be a very difficult time. It's an extremely vulnerable time. We've actually identified the 12 to 18 months post separation from the military is one of the most vulnerable times in a service member's life. And not only for them, but their families as well. And we want to promote connectedness and improve those care transitions. Guys, I worked as suicide prevention coordinator at the VA for a number of years. And if I had $1 for every time a veteran told me some version of this, they said, yeah, I got out of the military and I thought someone was going to call me, but no one ever called me. Yeah, I thought when I moved this area that, somebody would just like link me up with services. Phone never rang. What happens, I think part of the brokenness of our system, and God bless the folks who are trying to fix these issues because they're really complex, but you know how it is. When you're getting ready to separate from the military, if you've ever experienced this, blah, 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 let me get out of here, my wife's waiting for me, my kids are waiting for me, my girlfriend, my boyfriend. You just want to kind of go do your thing. So then a month passes, and 3 months passes, and 8 months pass, and you forget about all the stuff that they shared with you. All the resources, if they even made it to your car, are nowhere to be found. So I think this idea of promoting connectedness is so important, and improving those care transitions, identifying the gaps in services and meeting those needs is huge. And then the last one, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to be the one that over the next 5 years, you'll think back to that Matt guy who spoke. You're like, he was right. I've seen a lot more of this. You're going to start seeing a lot more about increasing lethal means safety. Because we know our vets are dying by suicide by more violent means than the general public because, listen, the military culture is a gun culture, right? It's not a bad thing. Guns in and of themselves are not bad. But having access to weapons at a vulnerable time is a recipe for disaster. So what we talk about in my work as a therapist and what I did as suicide prevention coordinator is, hey, man, I am not looking to take anybody's guns away from them. That's not what we're talking about. That is not what this is. If you see that and you immediately think that, you have to change that script because this is going to be what's going to help us address this issue. There may be a season where we need to separate the ammunition from the firearm. Maybe giving the keys to somebody else for a season, right? And listen, I know this is a touchy subject, but I'm going to tell you right now that this is one that we need to wrap our arms around as a community. We've got to make sure that we are keeping these folks safe in their home and that these firearms are safe. I was talking to somebody in Delaware a couple of months ago, and she said, last year there was twice as many guns sold in our state as the year prior. And she said, I don't have any problem with people buying firearms, but those firearms are all going to outlive those people who buy them. We've got to make sure that systems are in place from day one to make sure that those firearms are going to stay safe. And I think we can all agree on that. And I know that my vets in particular, the ones who own firearms, they're the ones who are generally leading that charge, and they're the ones who generally believe wholeheartedly in firearm safety. So we need to not be scared of this one. We need to really embrace that because it's huge. Really busy slide, so I'm not gonna pause here for very long, but you may say, okay, great, community engagement, fancy long title that Jackie can't remember, but what are you actually doing? So this is some of what we're doing. We've got the Governor's Challenge for Suicide Prevention. That is bringing across people from the business sector, the state, the VA, the local agencies, and first responders. We're bringing folks together in the Governor's Challenge to take on some initiatives, and you'll hopefully be seeing more about that in the next couple years. I'm not going to pause very long on that. Together with Veterans is an organization that mainly deals with rural veterans. And in our state, there's 2 counties that qualify as rural, one of them being in my territory, which is Salem County. So we've been working together with Veterans. It's an awesome organization that's doing some incredible work, and they're collaborating very closely with their communities. And then last, the Community Engagement and Partnership for Suicide Prevention, that's where I come in. So Community Engagement and Partnership program was developed out of this idea that 2/3 of veterans, like I said, who are dying by suicide are not connected to VA. So my role is to, the CEPC, that's me. My role is to develop and facilitate and strengthen this community-based interventions, suicide prevention at community, state, and VISN levels. VISN meaning just like the region that we're in. And then collaborating with VA programs and community stakeholders. And you can kind of read what's on that slide. I did have another quote I wanted to read, which is from Brene Brown. Brene Brown is a social worker, and she's a Texas girl, and she's a family member of a vet. And she said something that really resonated with me years ago. She said, in the absence of love and belonging, there is always suffering. In the absence of love and belonging, there is always suffering. Pat couldn't help but beam with joy when he talked about his experiences with his Joeys, with his guys. he couldn't help it. It resonated. Everybody in the room could feel it, right? That love and that belonging that you have in that service. And when we contrast that with the feeling of the opposite of that, the loneliness, the difficulty, the lack of belonging, the lack of feeling like you fit in, are people a walking example of, and Ryan and others, of how awesome and what an asset a veteran can be to a work team. So some of the examples, again, the Governor's Challenge, Psych Armor, you guys saw that SAFE training that Bradley did. There's a more boring version. No, I'm just kidding. There's another version of it online. It's 25 minutes to take you through if you want to check that out. Suicide Prevention Month is in September. I would encourage you, maybe that's a way for you to plug in, to gather up the veterans in your organizations and maybe come up with an initiative, something you want to do in the month of September to honor that month. And then, as I mentioned earlier, means safety is another area that we're looking at very closely. Man, that slide you guys have been all waiting for, that ending slide. So we're going to have some questions here, an opportunity to ask any questions that you may have of me or others in just a moment. Listen, if you are sitting there saying to yourself, you know what, I'd like to get involved in some coalition work. I would like to get involved in my community. Yeah, this is something that maybe I would like to take a further look at. Shoot me an email, okay? Look me up, call my cell. Don't call me this afternoon because I'll be driving through a blizzard possibly, but you know, give me a shout. Let me know what you're thinking. A lot of people look to me and they say, hey, well, what's the VA doing? And I'll look back at them and say, well, what do you see as a gap in your community? What are some of the things that you think you would want to do? So I'm looking to partner with people in the community who care and want to get involved. I could talk all day about some of the initiatives we're already working on, and believe me, I'm keeping quite busy, but we're always looking to expand, and there's a lot going on in these waters. So thank you for your care and attention today. Thank you to all the presenters, and I think we'll jump into the Q&A.
Thanks, Matt. Can we have all the presenters come up and grab a stool up there? That would be you too, Matt. Do we have enough stools? 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we have 1. 7. Then here, Pat, take this mic.
I know some people may have questions right now. I just want to make sure everyone, instead of leaving here feeling bad for veterans or feeling some sort of sorrow, I want everyone to leave here feeling empowered and feeling like they want to do something and they want to take that next step to help someone. Because that's how I'm going to leave here, regardless of how sad my story was and all that. I'm leaving here empowered, and I'm going to leave here actually feeling better than I did when I showed up. And that's how all of you should feel. Ready to help, ready to make a difference. Questions?
No, I'm good. I have one. I'm good here. Yeah. You want me to take it out there? Or you want to go? They might have questions for you, though.
That's all right.
All right. Go ahead. So if you have a question, raise your hand. I'll keep an eye on the crowd. That way. Oh, that's perfect. No questions, please.
And you can't see our mouths really, so you don't know who's singing.
Please raise your hand if you have a question. Over on the side there, Ryan.
Moving.
I'm glad Ryan decided to take the track.
Just to add too, there is no like bad question. Let's just make that real clear. No bad question, okay? Any question is a good question, or it wouldn't be a question.
It leads to answers, Ryan.
This question's for Matt Jacobs. I'm Jeff Hagan from the New Jersey State Parole Board. I run their Veterans Initiative. Something near and dear to my heart with the criminally justice-involved veterans. I didn't know if you were working at all or trying to work with the New Jersey judiciary to try to initiate veterans courts here in New Jersey. The prosecutor's office, I think, do a commendable job with trying to do the veterans diversion program, but because the resources are so limited with the prosecutor's office, it has nowhere near the breadth and scope of a veterans treatment court. The numbers are quite small. Most of them are, you're talking about maybe at any one time, 3, 4 veterans. That's it. My agency alone supervises 1,100 veterans that have done state prison time. So, you know, that's a high bar in New Jersey to go to state prison. So that tells you the scope of this issue. So I didn't know, this is more, I mean, anybody else can chime in, but I thought it was more of a question for Matt. Is that something that you're engaging in? Who else would we partner with? Because I would love to see that seismic shift across New Jersey. I think that would be, you know, a game changer for a lot of our veterans. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a lot of dot connecting to do there. When I think about that question as it relates to VA, I think about the Suicide Prevention Coordinator, the Veterans Justice Outreach, as well as my new position, the Community Engagement Partnership Coordinator. So yes, I mean, you know, you were at the Veterans Response Training that we did just, November. So yeah, I think some counties are a little ahead of others, and as you know, and I think it's really an untapped resources in some counties to be getting some of these programs off the ground, not because there's an inordinate amount of veterans who are justice involved, but because of extenuating factors related to some of the circumstances related to the reasons why they're involved in these situations, whether they were triggered something related to their combat service or something related to PTSD. You know, you know, thinking about Jen Baldwin, who stepped out. Oh, there she is. She's over there. You know, she was our substance use disorder specialist at the VA, and you know, a lot of the guys would say, "Hey, man, I never touched alcohol before I went to the service, and I came out as an alcoholic." You know, so you know, addressing that these habits and some of the things that you know, maybe we do laugh about it, but at the same time, you know, these are issues that they developed while they were in service. So I don't think I'm answering your question as directly as maybe you would like, but what I will say is, yes, we are working in those areas, and there's a lot more work to be done, especially in some of the counties and even in my area. There's some counties I think are a model, and Bob, you know, and his team, some of the work that they've been doing as well. You know, we look to, you know, to try to emulate that in some of the other counties, for sure.
And I'd certainly echo the same thing for the northern part of the state.
Any further questions from in the back? Bernie.
Good afternoon, Bernie KOVA, American Legion. Commendable presentation today, but why is Wilmington VA taking the lead? Why isn't this across all VAs that represent New Jersey?
Hi.
No, I'm serious. I mean, I work with the Philadelphia VA in 3 counties in South Jersey, and there doesn't seem to be this same concern about a lot of issues. And I don't know, you know, what can I, as a member of the American Legion, as a constituent of my representatives, do to get a better cooperation across all VAs in the state of New Jersey, so we're representing all veterans to the quality and level that Wilmington is doing? Thank you.
I know I can't. Thank you for your question. I was hired at the VA in 2016, and one of the things that you get to, I've heard it said before that if you've seen one VA, you've seen one VA. So, you know, in New Jersey, you may or may not know that in addition to multiple community-based outpatient clinics, we have 3 different main hospital systems that are affiliated with the VA. We've got Philadelphia, we've got Wilmington, which covers the sort of the bottom portion of the state, and then we've got the Lions system, which is like North Jersey. And 2 different VISNs, 2 different regions sort of intersecting in the middle of the state as well. I will say that there has been a lot more communication with among, like, within the VA, inter sort of connections with the VA. So as evidence of that, Tanya, who was here earlier, her and I had a table out front. Tanya had to leave just a few minutes ago, but she's with the Lions VA. Our colleague, Rhonda Hart, was not able to be here today. She's with the Philadelphia VA. And one other colleague, the 4 of us meet every single month to make sure that the VA knows what the VA is doing in other areas. It's not enough, and there's more to be done. I would direct you to Rhonda Hart, who is the Community Engagement Partnership Coordinator in Philadelphia. She's extremely eager to get things up and running in New Jersey. She covers Philadelphia County as well, which is the largest county in Pennsylvania. So she's got her hands full in that area, but she also covers sort of that area of New Jersey that you referenced. So I can definitely put you in touch with her. She would love to sit down and get any ideas that you have to help facilitate those conversations. But you know, I'm proud of the team that we've assembled, and some of which is here today, and the fact that that we actually do communicate amongst one another. It's something that I think is really refreshing, and something, frankly, I didn't see when I first started.
And I would just kind of chime in on that too. Not specifically suicide prevention, but general community outreach. I know Pat and I joke about the infantry cavalry thing all the time, but him and I are lockstep with the way that we approach outreach, and it's you just don't say no to doing it. You know, pre-pandemic, I mean, Hi, I'm Dave Brimmer. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the VA New Jersey healthcare system. We service the top 14 counties in the country, or in the state. I don't get paid like that. In the state, so just give myself a promotion. In the state, so I met Pat at some yellow ribbon event at one point. He said there's going to be a whole ton of people down there. You should probably go. And I went, and I watched him, and I watched the respect that he had in the community down here in the southern part of the state. And I try to do the same thing in the northern part of the state, and I think I do it pretty well. But I agree, there isn't enough statewide communication between 2 VISNs, so that's 2 regions, VA regions, and 3 medical centers. But we do the best we can. And just to echo kind of what Matt said, yeah, there's always more work to be done, but that's why we're all still here. Yes, sir.
And I'd like to springboard off that. There are usually, if there's an event that encompasses veterans or soldiers throughout the state of New Jersey, we call each other, we incorporate each other. That includes the Philadelphia VA Medical Center. And while it may not seem as robust as the things that we've been doing, I think that there's been a shift in southern New Jersey over the last several years that has offered a longer lead, I would say, to engage in different types of outreach events that were outside the box. And that is why I think you also see the camaraderie and the David Brimmer sitting right there, who is from a completely different vision and an outreach coordinator. We're trying to cover down on outreach throughout the state, but there's only so many of us to go around. So yeah, it would be great if there were more.
As usual, great segue, Jackie. I was reminded of a fact very quickly after Dave spoke, and then Jackie spoke, and I spoke. I feel like Tanya should be speaking next or something, or Bradley Jacobs if he was still here with us. When our approach is very different than most other VAs in terms of outreach, where myself and Dave and Jackie and the person covering outreach in Philadelphia, we don't, well, really with us 3 mostly, we don't see those lines, those delineated lines. To where if I'm in North Jersey, I let Dave know, hey, I'm going to be up in your area, but if there's any people that I'm going to be engaging that would be better served because they live closer to East Orange, I'm sending them to you. I would never go up into North Jersey and say, hey, come to Wilmington, Delaware. That doesn't make any sense. That's not what's best for the veteran. And vice versa. I know Dave, VA out in Coatesville has been down in Atlantic City for other reasons. Out in Coatesville, Pennsylvania has been down in Atlantic City area. And the same thing though, they let me know they've been down there and they say, hey, I got 2 or 3 vets, they're gonna send me their 1010, their enrollment forms, and then I'll forward them to you. Awesome, thank you. Because we can't be everywhere. We're 3 people with however many counties in the state. So we try and cover down because the only way we even start to make progress is by forcing, by forcing the VA to act as one VA, not as separate VAs.
Question over here. Mike Baldwin. Yellow tie. Can't miss him. Right there. His wife picked the tie.
No, she did not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't do that.
I was out the door before she was. This is, I probably already know the answer, but this is for all the other corporations that are here. What is it that we can do as corporations to help spread the word? Now, before you answer that question, I got a question for everybody in here. You run into a person on the street, they say they're a veteran. What's the first thing you say to them?
Are you enrolled?
No. Have you been to the VA? Did you? Well, okay. What's the second thing you ask them? All right. The point I'm trying to make is, if you talk to somebody that's a veteran, and they say that, and just in casual conversation, oh, fantastic. Thank you for your service. Have you been down to your local VA? Because I know when I got out in 89, what's the VA? They don't tell you that. You know, I found out because my wife went to work for the VA in 2016, and she said, hey, you know what? Have you ever gone down to the VA for your... No, I had no idea what the VA was until you started working for them. That's terrible that it's that way. Now, us, who was said at lunchtime today, us old, Jackie thinks she was going to call me an old fart. We're the old group now, all right? We're the ones that got to spread the words out to these younger groups, because Pat, you even said this, they're going to be the ones to take over next. You know?
I was saying you were the old guy of our group.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie. It was the
Thank
other.
you.
It was the other outreach specialist. Sorry, but that's my question. Do I need to repeat it?
No.
No.
I'll start. Well, the easiest thing to do is keep people like me and Pat and Jackie employed. No, I'm serious. Invite us out to your works. In person, virtual, it doesn't really matter these days, but do it. Somebody, I think it was Ryan, who kept saying that word. Got to be consistent, right? You got to do it consistently. Don't do it one time and say we did something for the vets. Keep us coming out there, because there's always new people. There's people who might not care that first time that might care the second time, or we might be presenting something different or present something in a different way. So. You know, the government of old is going away, at least as far as I'm concerned at VA and doing this sort of work, right? And I don't sit behind well, I mean, I kind of do sit behind a desk these days because of the pandemic, but, you know, I don't sit behind I don't have a desk job. If I'm not out in the community doing this type of work, being invited to your businesses, be invited to your posts, your Legion posts, your DFW posts, to the county services building, to the mayor's office, to wherever, whatever, your stand-down event, your yellow ribbon event.
Your HR picnic.
Your HR picnic, whatever, as long as if you know me long enough, you know as long as there's a free lunch, I'll go. No, I'll go anyway, but invite us. Keep inviting us to your businesses and involve us. That's the only way that people will get consistent information.
I'll take it from the higher education, perspective, is that every day is an opportunity for me to advocate on military and veteran resources for new incoming students or the spouses and dependents, or dependents, excuse me, not independents. But from that perspective, it's starting conversation. Initiate the conversation because of what I mentioned earlier, the what. A lot of times, service members have this understanding of the VA as the boogeyman. What happens with the boogeyman? You don't know what happens with the boogeyman because no one knows what anything to do with the boogeyman is. That's the VA to most young VA or veterans or service members, even their spouses and dependents. I actually loop in the spouses and dependents to get their own education, to get their own resources about the VA. Because 9 out of 10, my wife dragged me to the VA. Not me. I didn't want to even come back to New Jersey. I'm here.
just because, oh gosh, just because recently I had experienced, or I was invited to a place of employment to do an outreach there. Probably the first thing any organization, company, corporate office can do is know who your veteran employees are. Because when I went to this place, they didn't even know how many veteran employees they had. So the first thing would be to identify those veterans and then gather them. Like we talked about today, if anyone didn't notice, it kind of all went into order. This is why vets are important. This is why, you know, getting them together is important. This is how you get them together. This is how you get them together outside of work or in different clubs and organizations. And then Matt and myself, this is what you do once you have them together. So first step is to know how many you have.
So I'm bouncing off Pat again real quick.
Jackie,
So,
Rich was going to say something real quick.
go ahead, Rich.
Don't turn it on.
Yeah, what I was going to say was, you know, one of the things that we found when we started our vets organization, and it kind of goes to the crux of your question, you know, working for a big corporation, there are HR procedures in place for a lot of stuff. And at the end of the day, you can't expect a major company to, they have a section that they can go over services for employees. We can't just naturally expect them to have an entire section on helping veterans when, let's say, I mean, realistically, you know, 1,000+ people, there's about 30 of us. But our vets organization, we know what the benefits are now, and unofficially, we're able to help each other, you know, ping off of, there's a service for this, or there's a service for that. I forget who said it earlier about, you know, you have a full-time job, you're working at a big company, you know what your benefits are, you know your health care, you know your 401k, you know all these other things, and you're making a good living wage, and then all of a sudden, a tree falls on your car, whoever said that earlier, and you might not be able to afford it. Maybe you didn't plan for this big expense on your house. You know, there are programs outside of my corporation's HR that can help me, and that's part of what our vets group is trying to do and doing, is being that wealth of knowledge within the company. So that's kind of how to spread the word for the VA.
My question was for Rich, and it's along that line. So we know with large community hospitals, right? They're putting a box on their on their forms. You know, if somebody comes in through the ER, have you ever served in the United States military? So they know that coming in for healthcare reasons, to see what what the paying source is going to be. Correct? Is there something that employers can do to put, have you ever served? Is that on a form when somebody's hired for you?
So that's a good question. I'm trying to remember with SJI. I do know certain corporations throughout my process of applying to, you know, bigger companies. A lot of it's a voluntary self-identification, and so it says, do you identify as a veteran? Are you a service-connected disabled veteran? And you check the box, but it doesn't go past HR. I think it's more for statistical reasons than anything else. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, you know, for the VA and things like that, to know, you know, how many veterans are in the workforce and things like that, more of almost as census data than it is for helping the veteran. So there is that box that asks you, and it's more of a self-identification, but I don't think it's used for anything more than a statistical reason.
Understood, thank you. Another question right here, Ryan, up the aisle.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank all the veterans here today for their services. For being a non-vet, we are a private foundation located in Lindenwold, New Jersey. Being a social worker for over 30 years, working predominantly with geriatrics and dealing with World War I and World War II vets and Korean vets. And one of the things that I'm very strong and passionate about is normalizing the conversation. I would like for our organization, is there anything out there that can help our committee members and board members that are non-vets? Sometimes, even though I'm a social worker, I struggle with what are the trigger points. The gentleman that said, you know, with the zipper, or I always get nervous because I want to help that veteran, and I'm always afraid am I going to say the wrong thing? So if I feel that way as a social worker for over 30 years, I know a lot of my committee members and my volunteers, and I was wondering if there's like a section or a course, not a course, but something that, you know, in the community, because just in Linden Ward alone, there's 600 veterans, and where we're located, a lot of people don't know how to address the veterans that are sitting on my step. And most people are like, get out of here, you're drinking. But I know what's going on with them. But I would like to educate the community. I feel really strongly that we need to educate the community, especially non-veterans or civilians, you know, how to normalize the conversation, so.
From one social worker to another. To at least part of what you asked, I know one resource that I have given out to many is called Make the Connection. If you're familiar with that, I had spoken with somebody, gosh, this must have been 2 or 3 years ago, and they decided that they were going to send out every week a vignette from Make the Connection within their organization so they could share a story of a younger vet, a story of a Vietnam vet, a story of a non-combat vet, a story of a vet who recently came separated from the military. If you go to maketheconnection.net, they have really done, I think, some really top-notch work in terms of just putting together some stories. I learned long ago that facts tell and stories sell. If you want to sell information and get that into people's heads in a way that will actually be, you know, something that they'll resonate with them, sometimes it's through stories. And I know that there's a ton of information on there. That is a very incomplete answer, but it's one resource that I just thought I'd share with you called maketheconnection.net. Check that out. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you know, you can sort of help communicate veteran issues and cultural competency within that area. I don't know if others want to share other.
Yeah. So you know me, and we should talk, because if you really want to jump in something, you can come into our radio checks anytime. And there's also something else to give a direct answer to what you're saying about how do I educate civilians on, you know, on asking that question of if you're okay and such. There's only one answer, and it's one that I give to everybody. So everybody, I think it also applies to veterans as well. Just get brave and start asking the question, right? Again, I give you guys a quick example of a Marine veteran that called me. Maybe not, I don't even know, I don't remember. But a Marine veteran called me last week about his buddy who was gonna kill himself, and I was like, get brave, bro. Like, make the call. We're calling the cops. Get brave. And he's like, I don't know. I was like, shut up, get brave. Right, that's how I talk, by the way. That's actually how I talk. Anybody that knows me, I'm pretty blunt, but it's needed, it's necessary, and we save that guy's life, right? Because the thing is if you're uncomfortable, what do we say all the time about anything? You know, to grow, you have to be uncomfortable, right? So for you to help that person grow and to continue to live and spread their roots out further because they're alive, get brave. So, you ever want to talk, just hit me up.
I was just going to say, yeah, you're not alone in that. Part of what our group did and why we hosted that veteran-specific career fair was one of the co-leaders of our organization said it best. He was like, we can sit in on those interviews and translate for you. And they kind of looked at him like he was crazy. But, you know, military talks a specific way. There are acronyms. Part of the reason why I like the utility world is because we use acronyms and it just feels natural to me. But also a resume, I can't say it enough. A resume doesn't speak to a veteran's experience and a veteran's leadership. And having a combat veteran in the room during the interview can really bring out the true potential of that prospective employee. So I just never forget when he was like, oh yeah, I can translate for you. And I was like, what does that mean? But he's right. So you're not alone in that.
I was going to mention having a group that in that instance. I love what James said about being brave, because it does. It takes the guts to ask the question. At the same time, though, having an organization like Project Refit or bringing in veterans like myself, like Rich, like Dave, like Ryan, who have already passed, I think we've, not to coin a phrase or just kind of, we've already passed our darkest days, if you will. I think every veteran goes through a point in time after their time in service that is their darkest days. It's one of the reasons when I first met Ryan, I said, man, that's such a great idea that you waited 6 months to go back to school. Because you need that time. You need that time because those dark days are going to hit, and it's usually within that first year, year and a half, maybe 2 years. Having people that are more experienced talking about their triggers. For me, one of them is smell. Smell is like my number one thing. The smell of anyone who's been to Iraq knows the entire place just smells like a toilet. Am I lying? Anybody? All right. So that's a big trigger for me. But being able to say that is easy for me now because I've talked about it and I'm experienced in it. So again, bringing in a Project Refit or someone like a veteran that's up here today who's experienced in saying those things will then empower the veterans maybe that you're serving to start speaking up about it too.
I want to also mention something to go off of that. That's very important. Sometimes it will take you making a call or asking that question with a buddy. So that's why like a system that we developed in Project Refit is if you listen to what I said about that story, I made the call with that guy, right? So I stayed on the phone while he called the police, right? I stayed on the phone with him. Sometimes even like we have to stay on the phone with our buddy who's calling the suicide hotline. I've done that before multiple times. Saved people's lives that way. And the thing is like, because you're not doing it alone, you're isolated, right? In your brain at that time when you're really dark, it's very isolating. So you have to be there with that person, be that little hint of light, you know? And if you ever mess up in any kind of way, immediately address it, try your best at least with that person and apologize, get real, right? We're all human, right? So just be real with that person that you're talking to. That's what I can say to you. Again, get brave, right? Be brave. And maybe if you're nervous, that's okay, genuinely, get a buddy and start making those questions happen.
I'm happy to come out and do it.
To this, you know,
That'll do it.
Anybody
up here.
It's kind of like an education.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I can do, but they're like, well, Kathleen, how do you know? Like James said, you just got to get in there and do it. But I think they usually do it from maybe like.
I'll yell at your group.
Finding someone who's been there that's willing to hear all the quote-unquote stupid questions or ugly questions or bad questions is the perfect way to do it. That way we can tell you if they're stupid or ugly, but you guys they have to have thick enough skin to say, no, that's a retarded question. Sorry, stupid question. I apologize.
There are no stupid questions. Remember that. They lead to answers. Smart questions.
Let's go.
So,
Jeff offered to come and speak to anybody at
Last
any
call
point
on
in time.
questions. And last call on questions. Anybody else?
So I just want to just close with one remark, is that this group up here, this is not a first. And if, for example, for your situation, if need be, there are business cards out front. Everyone is connected to everybody here. One business card, you got 8 people. And more so than that, you have an entire army of people that just want to get that education out to your areas of interest. So from me as your host of the campus, thank you everybody for coming out. Those that are watching us live, thank you for kicking it with us all day.
And I would like to ask Mr. Luby if he'd like to come up and say a few words at the close of today. And we thank you all for coming. It's been, you learn something new every time. And, working for the VA doesn't mean you know everything, because you certainly don't. And I learn something new every time I'm with this group of people. There's something new to learn. And I thank them all for that. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Jackie, but I remember back in my corporate days, I think she just threw me in a snake pit. You never schedule a meeting on a Friday afternoon with your employees, and when there's a blizzard coming, you know? Thank you for setting me up, Jackie. I love you and John. I could say a lot of words if you know me. I will not. I can certify so much that has been said by the presenters when Dave and others were talking about what the VA will do. I have to recall a situation. Dave was involved. It's good from an artilleryman. None of this cav and infantry stuff. Love you too. I referenced this morning about a job fair we had, dedicated International Longshoremen Association job fair, where we netted 400 veterans hired. Not just coming, hired. Great. We moved on to other career fairs. Got a phone call from the New York Shipping Association. Bob, we got a problem. Oh my God, would you fire everybody? We're seeing signs what we think is PTSD from some of the veterans, some of the supervisors. What can we do? Dave, what did I do? I called the VA. Dave was relatively younger, well, young, yeah, a lot younger then. Then, and him and his partner conducted sessions at the 3 ports in New Jersey. So they are there. Dave is a one-person show, as opposed to, well, we think there's several outreach managers in Wilmington. That remains to be seen. But they are there. But there's others too. You know, the Legion and the VFW and the DAV and the Jewish war vets aren't here just to wear caps. I didn't wear mine. I don't want to mess up my hair. But we're there too. I talked about the governor's challenge. Going to do a great job. But they cannot implement everything. You need us. More importantly, we need you. Because this is definitely a community government partnership. And we ain't going to get it done by ourselves, a Legion member, a VFW member, sitting in an office just trying to get members. We have to do it together. And not to close out, that's Jackie's deal, but if we could bow our heads in our own way. Dear Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the presenters. But thank you for the subject matter. There was a few of us here today, but we know that's going to be multiplied just like the fishes. It's going to be compounded by our blessed audience of carrying the message back to the community that we need your help. We will continue together because we are one America, we are one community, state, and nation. God bless our troops. God bless our POW MIAs, Gold Star mothers, and those actively serving now. Thank you all.
Well, we thank you all for coming. If you need any information, you have cards, please grab them as they said on your way out. Please be safe driving. We have a blizzard coming, so everybody be safe on the roads. And look for another KOVA event coming to your area soon. Thank you all.